What if the very fabric of Italy's cities was woven with blood and betrayal, each cobblestone a witness to the whispered plots of nobles and mercenaries? The year is 1494, and the air crackles with the charge of ambition. Kings and popes whisper dark prayers, while assassins sharpen their blades in shadowy corners, waiting for the right moment to strike. In this web of power, who truly holds the reins? The streets pulse like a heartbeat, thrumming with tension and treachery. Think Game of Thrones meets The Godfather, but with less dragon fire and more poison-tipped daggers. Here, a smile is but a mask, charm is currency, and betrayal is an art form. One moment, you're feasting on sumptuous banquets, the next, you're dodging arrows raining from the rooftops. This isn't just war, it's a high-stakes chess game played with human lives as pawns. Feel the dread as you step into this chaos. A prince's ambition crumbles under the weight of a single whisper, your uncle conspires against you. An army marches through the night, but the real battle brews in the hearts of men, where loyalty is as rare as a four-leaf clover. Who can you trust when everyone holds a dagger behind their back? The answer is simple: no one. In Florence, Michelangelo carves marble, but behind the scenes, the Medici are orchestrating a symphony of violence. The smell of oil paints mixes with the scent of blood, art and war share an uneasy alliance. Meanwhile, Venice, with its shimmering canals, hides secrets darker than its murky waters. Canals run red, and the fish tell tales of men who vanished into the depths, leaving only whispers in their wake. You think you know power? Think again. A commoner's uprising can shatter empires. A single letter sealed with a drop of wax can prompt kingdoms to clash. The weight of ink can topple thrones. The assassins lurk in the shadows, spinning their webs of espionage, while nobles sip wine, oblivious to the noose tightening around their necks. Every toast might be your last. But here's the kicker: every story has a twist. What if the true puppet master isn't the king, the pope, or the infamous condottiere? What if a humble scribe, armed only with his quill and parchment, holds the key to the chaos? The ink stains of history are far more sinister than they appear. The clock ticks down as alliances shift like quicksand. An unexpected betrayal, a letter intercepted, a lover's quarrel gone awry, each moment pulses with potential catastrophe. As you turn the pages of this bloody saga, remember, history is written by the victors, but every victor has a story steeped in shadows. What will you believe? What will you risk? The Italian wars await, and only the cunning will survive. Welcome to the arena, where whispers are louder than swords, and the stakes have never been higher. Choose your allies wisely, trust is a luxury paid for in blood. The moon hung low over Milan that night, casting a sickly glow on the cobblestones slick with rain and blood. A chill ran through the air, and you could almost hear the whispers of ghosts long past, their stories woven into the very fabric of the city. Countless emotions lingered in the shadows, where ambition and treachery danced a macabre waltz. Here, in this fractured land, the whispers grew louder, echoing the heartbeat of a nation teetering on the edge of chaos. I remember standing there, breathless, as the castle gates creaked open, revealing the figure of Duke Ludovico Sforza, his cloak billowing like storm clouds around him. A man of dreams and nightmares, Ludovico was as much a puppet master as he was a player on this grand stage. His eyes, dark and stormy, held the weight of 1,000 ambitions, and yet they flickered with a hint of desperation. Shadows clung to his face like lingering doubts, the very fabric of his existence frayed at the edges. The air was thick with the scent of betrayal, a fragrance familiar to all who sought power in these darkening times. And then there was Isabella d'Este, the fiery princess, her spirit alight with the embers of defiance. She moved through the court like a whirlwind, her laughter cutting through the tension like a blade. But beneath her vivacious exterior lay a heart battered by a world determined to cage her, to reduce her to mere ornamentation in the grand game of politics. I remember the way she tossed her head back, laughter spilling forth, masking the storm within. It was a tightrope walk between the woman she aspired to be and the puppet they all wanted her to become. I could see it in her eyes, a flicker of resolve, tempered by fear. Across the room, Francesco, a young soldier with dreams of glory, stood amidst the swirling court like a ghost caught between realms. He clutched his sword, a mere extension of his ambition but too heavy with the weight of untested resolve. His heart thudded in time with the echoes of his comrades' laughter, a cruel reminder of the bonds he had forged and the blood that would soon stain his hands. He wanted to believe in the virtue of his cause, to see honor in the eyes of his enemies, but the truth was a jagged shard lodged in his throat. He was a man adrift, caught in a tide of chaos, his dreams slipping through his fingers like sand. Outside, the night deepened, shadows creeping like thieves through the alleyways, collecting secrets, plotting incursions. The clock tower chimed ominously, a reminder of time's relentless march, each toll resonating with the inevitability of conflict, of division, of heartbreak yet to come. Each clang a heartbeat, each moment growing heavier, pregnant with the weight of decisions made in dimly lit rooms, whispered in hushed tones. I remember the way the air crackled with tension, thick enough to slice through. A delicate game unfolded beneath a veneer of civility, alliances forged in ink but sealed in blood. The fragile balance of power shifted with every clandestine meeting, every scandalous affair, every betrayal that was whispered in the dark. The Italian states were like a jigsaw puzzle with missing pieces, each fragment vying for dominance, the colors bleeding into one another, creating a chaotic masterpiece of ambition and despair. Ludovico, the Duke of Milan, his heart a tempest of ambition, sought to expand his influence, yet he knew that every move he made could invite ruin. The Borgia family loomed large, their own dark ambitions casting long shadows. Cesare, with his serpent smile, was poised to swallow Italy whole, fueled by the hunger for power that coursed through his veins like a fever. And in this treacherous game, Ludovico could feel the tightening noose around his neck, the laughter of the Borgia echoing in his ears like a death knell. I watched Isabella, her laughter fading, replaced by steely resolve as she crafted her own destiny amidst the chaos. She could be the key that unlocked, no, destroyed, an empire. The weight of that knowledge pressed against her chest, a silent scream for freedom that clashed with the chains of expectation. Her heart ached for autonomy, for a life where her voice mattered, where her laughter was not a mask but a truth. She was a phoenix in a cage, poised to ignite the world around her, yet terrified of the flames. Francesco, too, stood at a crossroads, torn between loyalty to a leader and the desire to carve his own path. In the mirror of his ambition, he saw his reflection twisted by the battles that lay ahead, the friends he might lose, the blood he might spill. The weight of his sword felt more like a shackle than a weapon, each imbalance a reminder of his fragility. I could feel his heartbeat, quickening in anticipation of the confrontation that loomed, a storm on the horizon. As the tide of conflict loomed ever closer, the moon cast its eerie glow, illuminating the latent fears and desires that clawed at their souls. All around them, the clock ticked, each second a reminder that the dance for power was an insatiable beast, a hungry spectre with its eyes set on Italy's heart. I watched as tensions ignited, as loyalties frayed, and as shadows deepened. The air was electric with possibility, yet heavy with despair. I remember the moment before the storm, a fragile stillness that enveloped the palace, a last breath before chaos erupted. The darkness loomed, and I felt the pulse of history quickening, the shadows whispering secrets of the past as the future lay unwritten, a canvas awaiting its stroke of madness. In that heartbeat, the fates of Ludovico, Isabella, and Francesco hung in the balance, suspended between ambition and despair, ready to plunge into the abyss. With the dawn, the world would tremble, and Italy's soul would be ripped asunder, forever altered by the choices made beneath the moon's ghostly gaze. But for now, all was silence, an intoxicating lull before the cacophony, the dawn of the Italian wars looming like a spectre, waiting. The air crackled with tension as the clock struck midnight, its chimes echoing through the empty halls of power, each resonating note a reminder of the stakes at hand. I stood there, heart pounding, on the precipice of chaos, shadows of leaders dancing in the flickering candlelight around me, a world on the brink, where decisions meant life or death. Ghosts of ambition, fear, and treachery swirled like mist, and I felt their cold breath on my neck, urging me to remember, to feel. I remember the way one leader's eyes burned with fury as he stared down the barrel of his choices. Roderick, the merciless ruler of a sprawling empire, his silhouette a blend of strength and desperation. His hands clenched into fists, veins bulging, as he faced the flickering light of the council chamber, a stark contrast to the darkness closing in around him. They will not take what is mine, he growled, a growl that resonated like thunder, shaking the very foundations of loyalty and betrayal. He was both king and cornered beast, each breath filled with a primal need to protect his realm, yet the walls of his power were crumbling as whispers of insurrection spread like wildfire. Then, there was Ilara, a fierce and cunning diplomat, standing at the opposite end of the spectrum with a fire that burned just as brightly, yet with a grace that belied the tempest within. I could see the flicker of doubt behind her defiant facade, the cracks in her armor. She paced, weaving through shadows, her mind racing with the consequences of every misstep. "Roderick, listen to me," she pleaded, her voice low and urgent, a whisper that held the weight of nations. "Your empire is not just yours, it breathes with the lives of millions. It cannot be saved through blood alone." But her words fell like stones into a churning sea, swallowed by the waves of his wrath. In the corner, a flicker caught my eye, the ghost of the past, Oliver, Roderick's once loyal advisor, now a mere shadow haunting the edges of their bitter rivalry. His face, a reflection of regret, seemed to shimmer in the dim light, reminding me of dreams lost to time. "You think power is a shield, Roderick, but it is a chain," he murmured, his voice a haunting echo of the man he had once been. Though he stood silent, his presence loomed large, a specter of betrayal and loyalty intertwined. He had seen the rise and fall of empires, had tasted the bitterness of ambition, and now he was trapped in a web of his own making. As Ilara and Roderick stood at the brink of confrontation, every heartbeat felt like a countdown. I could feel the electricity in the air, thick and suffocating, as emotions surged like tidal waves crashing against the cliffs of resolve. "What will it take to make you see?" Ilara pressed, her voice rising above the chaos, a desperate plea that pierced through Roderick's hardened exterior. "You can't rule through fear alone." Her words hung in the air, a fragile hope fluttering between them, but I could see the storm brewing in Roderick's eyes, a tempest threatening to consume them both. And then, the silence broke, an explosion of anger, a moment when the walls of restraint crumbled. "You think you know the people? You think they need your compassion?" Roderick spat, his words laced with venom, each one a dagger aimed at her heart. "They need strength. They need a lion, not a lamb." The intensity of his emotion ignited the space between them, and I could feel the heat radiating from his body, a wild, untamed energy that threatened to engulf everything in its path. A ruler's conviction, twisted and raw, blurring the lines between protector and predator. I remember the pulse of tension, the dread that hung in the air like smoke from a dying fire, as Ilara countered, steeling herself against the onslaught. "And what will your strength leave behind, Roderick? A hollow throne built on bones? Power without compassion is nothing more than tyranny." Her voice trembled yet held a fierce determination, a candle flickering defiantly against the dark, fragile but unyielding. In that moment, the room felt like a battlefield, the stakes woven into the very fabric of their souls. I could see them both, caught in a storm of their making, their flaws laid bare for all to witness. Roderick's unyielding pride, a fortress that would not crumble, and Ilara's vulnerability, a strength that made her shine even brighter in the face of despair. They were caught in a tragic dance, both clinging to their truths, yet terrified of the consequences that awaited them. Outside, a storm began to brew, winds howling like restless spirits, a fitting backdrop to the chaos unfolding within. But the tempest mirrored the turmoil in their hearts, they were at war with themselves even as they faced each other. I felt the pulse of their conflict, the electricity crackling through every word, every thought, every breath. The world outside faded into insignificance, and for a moment, it was just the three of us, suspended in this fragile space of emotion, time stretching, bending, ready to snap. But then, as the echoes of their voices mingled with the storm, the unthinkable happened. A messenger burst through the door, breathless and wild, eyes wide with fear. "The people are rising!" The words hung in the air, a thunderclap that shattered the tension, sending shockwaves through the chamber. Suddenly, everything shifted, life and death, dreams and nightmares, all woven together in a tapestry of uncertainty. I could see the realization wash over them, a chilling dread, the weight of their decisions crashing down like a tidal wave. Roderick's fists unclenched, his bravado wavering, while Ilara's heart raced, the possibility of hope shattered by the reality of rebellion. They were no longer just leaders, They were human, stripped bare, standing at the crossroads of their destinies, where every choice could lead them further into darkness or toward a glimmer of light. With the storm raging outside, their worlds collided, and the true battle began, not just for power, but for the very soul of their nations. I could almost hear the whispers of history, the echoes of those who had come before them, reminding me that in moments like these, the lines between right and wrong blur, and the weight of choices can haunt generations. And as I stood there, caught in the tumultuous currents of their emotions, I knew this was just the beginning. The clock continued its relentless ticking, each second echoing the heartbeat of a world poised on the edge of chaos, where every leader bore the burden of their choices, and every decision echoed through time, reverberating into the unknown. It was a moment suspended in eternity, a haunting reminder that even the greatest of powers are often held together by the fragility of the human spirit. I felt the pull of fate, an inexorable force drawing them closer to a climax, a confrontation that would ripple across the ages. The moon hung low over Rome, casting long shadows down the cobbled streets, where whispers of power and betrayal danced like phantoms. A chill cut through the air, as if the very stones of the city held their breath, waiting. Inside the Vatican, the flickering candlelight painted an eerie glow on the walls, each flicker a heartbeat, a reminder of the souls wrapped in the drama of politics, faith, and ambition. I could almost hear the echoes of history, each one a pulse in the lifeblood of the city, every heartbeat a reminder of the weight that the papacy bore like a crown of thorns. Cardinal Lazzaro stood at the altar, the scent of incense swirling around him like a shroud. I saw the tension etched deep into his brow, the knotted hands gripping the wood as if it were a lifeline. He could feel it, the storm brewing beyond the gilded doors, the factions assembling, the secrets thickening in the air like fog. It was more than power at play, it was faith twisted into ambition, the sacred transformed into a battleground. Lazzaro's heart raced, struck by the knowledge that the church was not merely a sanctuary but also a chessboard soaked in blood and betrayal. Then there was Isabella, the fiery daughter of a merchant, who had dared to challenge the status quo. Her spirit was a tempest, thrashing against the constraints of a society that demanded silence from women, but she wore her defiance like armor. She stumbled into the dimly lit hallway, breathless and wild-eyed, a letter clenched in her fist, the words of an ally, a promise of change. But the walls of the Vatican were not merely stone, they were laced with ghosts, the memories of excommunicated souls, the cries of the forsaken. I remember, she whispered, when the Holy See was a beacon of hope. Now it's a den of hypocrites. Each word dripped with the weight of disillusionment, the fire within her threatening to consume. In the shadows lurked Pope Giovanni, a man caught in a web of his own making. Each decision weighed heavily upon him, a spiritual leader driven to play the game of politics with the same fervor as a gladiator stepping into the arena. The constant tug-of-war between faith and power made him feel like a marionette, strings pulled by unseen hands. He could hear the murmurs, feel the eyes upon him, the pressure mounting like a storm cloud ready to burst. I remember, he sighed, his voice barely above a whisper, when I thought I could change the world. Now, I merely survived the tide. His resolve wavered like a candle flickering in the wind, the weight of compromise wearing down his spirit. As the bell tolled midnight, signaling a meeting cloaked in secrecy, the air crackled with anticipation. Lazzaro felt the pull of the fates, as if the clock's striking notes were counting down to an inevitable collision. He had dealt with corruption before, but this was different. The stakes were higher, the players more ruthless. He could almost taste the tension, a metallic tang in the back of his throat. What will become of us, he thought, haunted by the faces of those who had suffered in silence. Isabella's heart raced as she slipped into the clandestine gathering, her pulse a drumbeat of hope and fear. She caught Lazzaro's eye, a silent plea hanging between them like the fragile thread of fate. Together, her gaze promised. The room was thick with the scent of sweat and secrets, the flickering lights dancing over faces etched with worry and greed. The conversation swirled around her, fueled by desperation and ambition, men caught in a whirlwind of intrigue, each vying for favor while cloaked in righteousness. Giovanni sat at the head of the table, his expression a mask of stoicism, but within burned a wildfire of uncertainty. The decisions he faced were like a game of dominoes, one wrong move could send everything crashing down. He rose, the weight of the papacy heavy upon his shoulders, his voice steady yet strained. "The faith of our people stands on a precipice," he declared, every word laced with a tremor of trepidation. "We must choose wisely, for our actions will echo through eternity." But echoing through the chambers of power was the constant reminder of betrayal, each whisper, each daggered glance a reminder that allies could quickly become adversaries. Isabella's heart pounded as she felt the gravity of the moment. Every word held the potential to ignite a revolution or snuff out the spark of hope. It was now or never. "We can change this," she urged, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "The people deserve better than this charade. We can be their voice." "Your passion blinds you," a voice snapped from the shadows, a reminder of the dangers lurking behind every corner. Fear coursed through her veins, but she stood taller, fueled by a fire that threatened to engulf her. The papacy, the very institution she sought to reform, was also a labyrinth of shadows and deceit, a Gothic cathedral of secrets where the very walls could bear witness to the sins of its inhabitants. As the clock ticked away, the tension escalated like a tightening noose. Lazzoro's heart raced as he weighed his loyalties. Would he cling to the old ways, the iron grip of tradition, or dare to embrace the uncertainty of change? "I remember," he thought, a haunting echo in his mind, "when faith was pure, not stained by the ambitions of men." The sound of footsteps echoed in the hall, a harbinger of the storm approaching. "They come for you," a voice hissed, shattering the fragile camaraderie. In that moment, time froze, each heartbeat a drumroll of destiny. Would they stand and fight, or would they scatter like leaves in the wind? In the depths of that flickering light, they were all trapped: Lazzaro, Isabella, Giovanni, each bound by the invisible strings of hope and despair. The papacy's grip on Italian politics hung by a thread, an intricate dance of faith and deception, the outcome uncertain, the stakes higher than ever. The shadows whispered, the ghosts of the past beckoned, and the future remained a heavy, foreboding mist, waiting to consume them all. A clock strikes midnight, the sound echoing through the narrow, cobbled streets of Milan, reverberating like the heartbeats of the city itself. The air is thick with tension, hanging heavy like a storm cloud, as shadows gather in the alleyways. There, in the flickering light of a single brazen torch, two figures stand locked in a desperate embrace, a brother and a sister, their breaths mingling in the chill of the night. Francesco, fierce and loyal, clutching his sister Bianca close, their eyes wide with fear, desperate for solace in a world that threatens to consume them. "I remember when we were children," Bianca whispers, her voice trembling against the backdrop of chaos surrounding them. The gardens, the laughter, it all feels like a fading dream. And she's right, the dreams are fading, but the nightmare is just beginning. Francesco's jaw clenches, a dark determination flaring in his eyes. "The Sforzas will not fall. Not while I breathe." But in that moment, as the shadows stretch toward them like long, grasping fingers, doubt dances in his heart, a ghost at the feast, a reminder of their fractured lineage. He remembers the whispers he overheard, the plans of betrayal that swirl like smoke in the air. Each breath feels like a curse, each heartbeat a reminder of their father's ambitions. Bianca steps back, her gaze piercing into her brother's soul. "Ambition is a double-edged sword, Francesco. It can cut through the darkness, but it can also sever the ties that bind us." The words hang between them, heavy with unspoken truths. She knows the stakes, she has seen the blood-stained tapestry of their families rise, the price they must pay. But still, hope flickers like a candle in her chest, illuminating the path they must tread. In the distance, the muffled sounds of boots marching echo ominously, a herald of their inevitable confrontation. The Visconti, their longtime rivals, have set their sights on the Sforza family, and power is a hungry beast, ravenous for flesh and bone. Francesco's heart races, not with fear, but with a primal instinct to protect what little remains of their legacy. A legacy stained with betrayal, yet glimmering with the promise of unimaginable power. "I remember the night Father told us about the future he envisioned," Francesco says, the memories flooding back, vivid and raw. "He spoke of conquest, of the world laid out before us like a banquet of riches." There's an intoxicating thrill in his voice, but it's laced with a bitterness that cuts deep. He remembers the weight of their father's dreams pressing down on him, a crown of thorns. "Those dreams were built on the bones of our enemies," Bianca reminds him, her voice a fragile thread. What good is a throne if it's stained with blood? Yet her heart races too, caught in the web of ambition and the thrill of possibility. She wonders, in the quiet corners of her mind, whether they are destined to become the very monsters they fear. Outside, the tension snaps like a taut string, and the air throbs with anticipation. The Visconti approach, their faces obscured by darkness, their intentions clear. A part of Francesco whispers for retreat, for safety, but he cannot abandon the fight. He cannot abandon his family. Stand strong, sister. We face them together. Bianca nods, though her heart quakes. The shadows shift, and within them, ghosts of their past loom large, a father who clawed his way to power, a mother who wept for the family she lost along the way. The memories are like shards of glass, cutting into her every thought, reminding her of the fragile nature of loyalty and love. As the Visconti emerge, steel glinting in the dim light, Francesco grips his sword tighter, a fierce protectiveness igniting within him. But Bianca, despite her fear, feels an unexpected surge of resolve. The world may be brutal, the players cruel, but she will not lose her humanity in the struggle. We can't let them divide us, she breathes, her voice stronger than before. We are Sforzas, and unity is our greatest weapon. And in that moment, the world narrows, nothing exists beyond the two of them, locked in their shared determination. The clash of metal on metal rings out like a funeral dirge, the earth beneath them trembling with the weight of their choices. Francesco fights with an intensity that borders on madness, each swing of his sword fueled by the ghosts of their family history, the legacy they yearn to build or destroy. His heart pounds against his ribcage like a drum, each beat a reminder of what he fights for. Bianca, too, finds her strength, wielding her own weapon with grace and ferocity, channeling the anger and sorrow of their past into each strike. She steps into the fray, the weight of her family's aspirations manifesting in every swing, every parry. For a moment, time warps. The clang of swords fades, the air thick with the scent of sweat and fear. It is just them, two warriors in a deadly dance, battling the shadows of their lineage. But the tides turn swiftly, and in the chaos, Francesco feels a blade pierce through the haze of battle, a sharp pain that jolts him like lightning. He stumbles, the world tilting as he fights to remain upright. Bianca, he gasps, the name a prayer, a plea, a promise. In that moment, the world collapses, the streets of Milan swirling into darkness, a vortex of despair. She turns, eyes wide with terror as the realization sinks in, her brother, the anchor of her existence, is faltering. Time stretches agonizingly, moments slipping through her fingers like grains of sand, as she lunges forward to catch him, to pull him back from the abyss. The weight of their dreams and nightmares piles upon her, and for a heartbeat she stands at the precipice of loss. Fight, Francesco! Fight, she screams, her voice a beacon in the storm, pulling him from the edge. But the shadows are relentless, and the past bleeds into the present, wrapping around them like a noose. They are caught, ensnared in a web of ambition, betrayal, and blood. The confrontation rages on, but beneath the chaos lies a fragile thread of hope, glimmering in the darkness. The Sforzas may rise, but at what cost? And as the clock ticks on, echoing through the haunted streets of Milan, the battle rages. The rise of the Sforza family is just beginning, and with it comes the promise of bloodshed, love, and unyielding ambition that will shape the very soul of the city. The night is far from over, and time, like the very essence of their existence, slips away into the shadows. Each heartbeat, a countdown. Each breath, a reminder. The story is just unfolding, a tapestry woven with threads of despair and exhilaration, the haunting resonance of history echoing through the ages. Rain lashed against the cobblestones, each droplet a judgment falling from the sky, as if the heavens themselves were weeping for the suffering that twisted through the alleys of Naples. I stood there, heart pounding, skin prickling with a palpable tension. Around me, shadows danced, and whispers of long-dead souls floated through the air. I remember the smell of smoke mingling with the salt of the sea, the bitter tang of fear clinging to every breath. The kingdom was crumbling, not merely brick and mortar but spirit and soul, and I was caught in its gravitational pull. In the midst of this chaos, I met Alessia. Her dark hair whipped around her face like the tempest that raged outside. Fear had etched lines of worry across her brow, but defiance blazed in her eyes. She clenched her fists, the nails digging into her palms, as if the pain could anchor her to reality. "We can't let them take everything from us," she cried, voice hoarse, a mixture of anger and despair. The words hung between us, heavy and unyielding, as if they were the weight of an entire kingdom pressing down on our shoulders. Then there was Luca, a man haunted by dreams of glory that had never materialized. Once a soldier, now a ghost of what he might have been. He stood at the edge of the marketplace, watching the world unravel before him. His hands trembled, not from fear but from the weight of regret, and I could see traces of blood on his knuckles, memories of battles long past. I remember how he'd fought for a kingdom that never fought for him. As he spoke, his voice was a low rumble, like distant thunder. "Do you think they care about us? We're just pawns in their game." His laughter was bitter, a cruel joke against the backdrop of his own despair. I remember the moments, sharp as daggers. The echoes of long-gone kings and queens, their laughter now nothing more than a haunting melody that played in my mind. The spectre of Frederick II loomed large, his shadow stretching across our lives, a reminder of what was lost. This kingdom had tasted glory and now wallowed in decay. It was a well-loved song turned to a lament. The streets were filled with reminders of what Naples had once been, the art, the culture, the vibrancy, all now shrouded in an eerie silence that whispered of pestilence and betrayal. A flicker caught my eye, Alessia, hair wet and clinging to her cheeks, darting through the rain-soaked streets. Her laughter rang out, thin and sharp, as if she were daring the shadows to catch her. "Come on! They can't take our spirit," she shouted, and for a moment, the weight of despair lifted. Her laughter was infectious, pulling me into a wild dance against the backdrop of despair. But the laughter was a fragile shield, one that could shatter with the slightest nudge. The clock tower tolled, each chime a reminder of the relentless passage of time. A shadow moved in the distance, rumors of rebellion, whispers of betrayal. The air crackled with tension, like the moments before a storm breaks. I could feel it in my bones, a chill that settled in my marrow. "The nobles are gathering," Luca warned, eyes narrowing, a hunter spotting his prey. "The city is a powder keg, and we're the fuse." He was right, of course. Fear was a living thing, slithering through the streets, curling around our hearts, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. Then came the confrontation, raw and visceral. The nobles, cloaked in arrogance, lined the streets, their laughter ringing hollow as they threw coins to the crowd like breadcrumbs to starving crows. I watched Alessia's face twist in disgust, her hands balling into fists, and I could feel the heat of her anger radiating off her skin. "They think we're nothing," she declared, and I felt the weight of her words. We were no longer merely spectators but participants in a deadly game, one that had been rigged long before we entered. Luca stepped forward, a tempest contained in a fragile frame. "If they want to play, then let's show them how," he growled, a wildness igniting in his chest. I remember thinking how absurd it all felt, this dance of power and despair, the ridiculousness of throwing ourselves into a fray that had been predetermined. We were mere pawns, yet here we stood, hearts pounding, ready to take on the world. The clash was inevitable. Words turned to weapons, thoughts to screams. The city erupted around us, a cauldron of emotions boiling over. I could hear the clash of steel, the cries of the fallen, the desperate whispers of those too afraid to fight. The chaos swirled around me like smoke, each breath a reminder of life on the edge, a thin line separating the living from the ghosts that haunted this land. I remember the faces, some twisted in rage, others lined with fear, all of them desperate. In that moment, we were one. The kingdom of Naples, a tapestry woven from heartbreak and hope, was alive, pulsating with every heartbeat, every breath. The rain fell heavier, drenching us, washing away the sins of the past, if only for a moment. But the shadows lingered, whispering promises of betrayal and despair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battle raged on, and I could feel history shifting beneath our feet. Was this the end, or merely another beginning? The line between hope and despair blurred, and I stood there, caught in the tempest of our making, unable to see where we'd end up, but knowing with every fiber of my being that the story of Naples was far from over. The ghosts of its past lingered, waiting, watching, and the echoes of their laughter intertwined with our cries, creating a symphony of chaos and beauty that would never fade. The air crackled with tension, heavy like the weight of history pressing down upon the cobblestones of Florence. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight as a figure stumbled, breathless, through the narrow streets. It felt as if the city itself held its breath, awaiting the storm. I remember the moment vividly, the way that night felt, fraught with a blend of fear and exhilaration, as if the very walls of Florence whispered secrets of betrayal and ambition. Lorenzo de' Medici, known as Lorenzo Illinois Magnifico, stood at the precipice of destiny, his heart pounding in his chest like a war drum. The whispers of treachery clawed at him from every corner, and the looming fear of losing everything, of watching his empire crumble in the face of envy, seeped into his bones. I remember how he gazed into the darkened sky, as if the stars themselves conspired against him. Hope flickered like a dying flame, battling against the wind of despair that threatened to extinguish it entirely. Across the city, in a sparsely lit chamber, a woman named Clarice held the weight of her husband's legacy in her trembling hands. Her heart was a fragile glass ornament, beautiful but easily shattered. "What if they come for us?" she had whispered to Lorenzo that morning, her voice quivering like a leaf caught in the first chill of autumn. "What if they turn their blades on our children?" Each syllable tore through the air, sharp as the dagger that hung over their heads. She was a ghost of a woman caught in the crossfire of ambition and fear, and as she paced the room, her thoughts spiraled through the labyrinth of her mind. "I remember the laughter of our children," she murmured to herself, as if conjuring them from the shadows. "I remember their joy, and how it filled this place. How can I protect them?" The palace loomed around her, a magnificent edifice filled with the weight of legacy, but all she could see were the cracks, the fractures in their world that threatened to swallow them whole. The opulence of their life felt like a lie, a fragile mask hiding the raw truth. The Medici were kings of a kingdom built on shifting sands, and every breath they took was a gamble. Meanwhile, in the heart of Florence, a rival named Francesco Pazzi was orchestrating a plan that sent chills down the spine of anyone who dared to dream of power. He was a man forged in the fires of resentment, his heart twisted with the desire for revenge. "They think themselves untouchable," he sneered to his conspirators, eyes glinting with malice. "But every empire has its end, and I will be the one to mark theirs." His voice dripped with venom, and the taste of betrayal lingered in the air like bitter wine. I remember the way he clenched his fists, the veins in his neck pulsating with ambition, as if he were a storm waiting to be unleashed. The city itself seemed to pulse with anticipation, its cobblestones echoing the footsteps of plotting men and the heartbeat of frightened women. I could almost hear the murmur swirling through the alleyways, feel their weight pressing down like an unseen hand. Florence was alive, a creature of secrets and shadows, and the Medici were both its lifeblood and its curse. Amidst the turmoil, the fragility of love hung by a thread. Lorenzo's heart ached for Clarice, for every moment they spent together felt like a stolen treasure. "What if we lose it all?" he would whisper to her, their fingers intertwining as if that simple gesture could shield them from the tempest brewing outside their walls. She would smile, though her eyes betrayed the storm within. "We have each other," she would say, and in those words lay a promise, fragile yet fierce as the dawn that painted the skies with hope. I remember how they would steal moments together, laughter echoing in the empty halls, a desperate defiance against the encroaching darkness. But darkness has a way of seeping in, of twisting hope into despair. The night of reckoning arrived with the swiftness of a lover's betrayal, and the air crackled with the weight of impending doom. I remember standing at the threshold with them, the tension coiling like a serpent ready to strike. Lorenzo had gathered his loyal men, his brothers in arms, hearts beating as one in defiance. "Tonight, we stand together," he declared, voice steady yet laced with urgency, the fire in his eyes igniting the spirit of those around him. "For Florence. For our family." As swords were drawn and the scent of iron filled the air, Clarice stood apart, her heart racing as she watched the men she loved prepare for battle. What if this is the end, she thought, a thought that clawed at her mind like a ravenous beast. What if I lose him? Every heartbeat felt like a countdown, time slipping through her fingers like sand. She held her children close, their laughter a distant echo, and she whispered to the darkness, "I remember their joy. I remember their innocence. Please, let that not be taken from me." The streets erupted into chaos, the clash of steel ringing like a death knell, and the air was thick with the cries of the fallen. The Medici were fighting not just for power, but for survival, each blow a desperate attempt to ward off the shadows closing in. I was there, caught in the whirlwind of emotions, fear, love, hope, and despair all entwined like vines around a dying tree. Every scream echoed within me, a haunting reminder of what was at stake. And in that moment, as the battle raged on, I felt time fracture around me. Memories of laughter and joy mingled with echoes of loss and betrayal. I thought of Lorenzo, his fierce love for his family, and Clarice, her unwavering hope in the face of overwhelming odds. They were but two souls in a city on the brink of destruction, yet they fought against the tides of fate with every ounce of passion they possessed. The night grew darker and the storm broke, but with every flash of lightning, I could feel a flicker of hope. In that chaos, amid the blood and shadows, the heart of Florence pulsed on, a city forged in resilience and love, where every drop of blood spilled was a testament to the will to survive. As the dawn began to break, the first light cut through the chaos like a promise. I remember the resolve in their eyes. The battle was far from over, but they would fight, they would endure. And just as the sun rose over the rooftops of Florence, illuminating the path ahead, I felt that the story was far from done. The Medici and the ghosts of their ambitions would continue to haunt the alleys and corridors of power, leaving behind an echo of a tale that refused to end. The night was thick with uncertainty, the air alive with an electric hum that clung to the skin like a lover's whisper, or perhaps a ghost's touch. A single torch flickered in the darkness, casting shadows that danced like wraiths against the stone walls, and as the flame trembled, so did the hearts of men. I remember the way sweat trickled down the back of my neck, its warmth mingling with the cold dread that gripped my chest. Charles VIII stood before us, a king on the precipice of dreams and nightmares, his youthful visage a mask of determination that belied the chaos creeping behind his eyes. He was a man caught in a maelstrom of ambition, a desperate hunger clawing at his insides, urging him toward Italy, toward glory, toward the crown that dangled just out of reach like a ripe fruit swaying in the wind. "We march at dawn," he declared, and the words hung in the air, heavy and intoxicating. But I could see the doubt flicker within him, the shadows of fear that whispered insidiously in the corners of his mind. Was it courage that propelled him forward, or was it reckless folly? I remember Etienne, a soldier torn between loyalty and love. His heart was a battlefield, waging war with every beat. He gazed at Charles, his leader, his friend, and then at the distant horizon, where the sun threatened to rise and illuminate the blood-soaked ground that awaited us. "Your Majesty, what if we fail?" he asked, his voice trembling under the weight of uncertainty, an echo of every soldier's fear. The words cut like a knife, and for a moment, the world stood still. "Failure is not an option," Charles replied, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. Etienne's gaze flickered to the ground, where the stones seemed to hold the secrets of fallen men, of dreams turned to dust. He clenched his fists, a gesture of defiance against the haunting specters of doubt. I could feel his heart racing, thrumming like a war drum, beating for the love he left behind, for the woman who filled his dreams with laughter and light. "You don't understand, Etienne," Charles pressed, urgency bleeding into his tone. "This is our chance. A chance for greatness." But even as he spoke, I saw the shadows of the past claw at him, ghosts of those who had walked this path before, their bones scattered like forgotten memories in the fields of war. And there I was, a mere observer, caught in the swirling vortex of their anguish. I remember the taste of salt on my lips, the weight of my own unvoiced fears. I was a chronicler of this madness, a lover of history's twisted tales, yet standing on the knife's edge of fate, I felt the absurdity of it all. The laughter of the gods echoed in my ears. They must have found it amusing, this bunch of brave fools on the brink of disaster. As night enveloped us, the camp crackled with hushed murmurs, men sharing stories of home and heartache, laughter mingling with the scent of fear. I wandered through the tents, shadows blending with the flickering light, eavesdropping on fragments of lives intertwined with ours. I remembered their faces, pale and drawn, yet alive with dreams of conquest. I saw the young boy from the village, clutching a crumpled letter from his mother, the ink smudged with tears, words of love, of longing, of hope. "Remember," he whispered to himself, "remember who you fight for." But what do we really fight for? I pondered. Glory? Love? Or merely the illusion of purpose? I could taste the iron tang of mortality on my tongue, and it felt like a cruel joke. We were all destined to become mere whispers in the annals of history, our ambitions lost to the relentless march of time. The night dragged on, each heartbeat echoing like a clock ticking down to an inevitable reckoning. I caught glimpses of Charles as he paced, his mind racing ahead, astray in visions of conquest, cities bending their knees, treasures gleaming in the sunlight. But in those fleeting moments of stillness, I saw the boy he was, the weight of the crown pressing down on his shoulders, threatening to crush him beneath its golden glare. The dawn broke with a reluctant sigh, as if the universe itself mourned what was to come. I remember standing at the edge of the camp, watching as men donned their armor, the clank of metal a chilling symphony that resonated deep within my soul. They were soldiers, but they were also fathers, brothers, lovers, and soon they would become ghosts. "Are you ready, Etienne?" Charles called, his voice cracking ever so slightly, a flicker of boyish vulnerability shining through. Etienne's eyes were a storm, a tempest of emotions that swirled within him. For glory, for home, he shouted, but his heart whispered of fear, of the woman who waited for him, who might never see him again. As we marched toward the unknown, I felt the weight of 1,000 dreams pressing down on me, a tide of hope and despair surging through the ranks. I could see the distant hills, the land that beckoned with promises of grandeur, but I could also see the shadows lurking, waiting to claim their due. The road ahead was fraught with danger, the skies darkening with the portent of battle. I could feel it in my bones, the thrill of adventure mingled with a sickening dread that clung to me like a shadow. Each step drew us closer to a confrontation that would shatter illusions, a moment when ambition would meet the brutal reality of life and death. The air was thick with anticipation, and I held my breath as we approached the gates of Italy, a world so bright and beautiful that it felt like a cruel trick of fate. I remember the way the sun cast golden rays across the landscape, illuminating the scene before us with a deceptive glow. The laughter of children echoed in the distance, but it was a sound that would soon be drowned out by the chaos of war. And as Charles took his first step into that land of dreams, I understood, we were not just soldiers, we were fragments of a greater story, each heartbeat resonating through time, each breath a testament to the fragility of life, the fleeting nature of glory. The stage was set for a tragedy, and we were merely players, caught in a dance of fate, oblivious to the consequences that loomed like a dark cloud overhead. The clash of steel would soon ring out, and with it, the haunting truth that ambition often dances hand in hand with destruction, and that the price of dreams can be heartbreakingly high. And so, we marched onward, into the abyss, hearts pounding like war drums, under the watchful gaze of history itself. The air crackled with a tension so thick it felt like the sky itself might shatter. A lone figure stood, drenched in sweat, the stench of horses and fear mingling in the clenching pit of his stomach. Pierre, a French knight, squinted through the haze of early morning fog, breath coming in ragged gasps. He could hear the distant clang of swords, a discordant symphony of impending chaos. The forest swallowed the sounds, only to regurgitate them in bursts, like whispers of ghosts lingering in the trees. "God, let this be over quickly," he muttered, but the words tasted like iron on his tongue. Pierre had seen countless battles, yet a sense of dread settled in his bones, gnawing at him. He thought of his family, their faces a blur but ever present, muffled laughter and warm embraces that now felt like echoes from another life. He gripped his sword, a lifeline, a cold reminder of the violence that waited just beyond the tree line. And then, there was Marco. Italian, loyal, haunted. He stood across the field, on the cusp of the chaos, heart pounding like the drums of war that heralded the end. How did it come to this? His people, his homeland, now lined up to face the tide of French invaders. The beauty of Fornovo lay behind him, fragile as glass, a city under siege, threatened by the very shadows it had nurtured. In his heart, Marco carried a storm of emotions, rage, loyalty, fear, each one a weight, dragging him closer to the ground. "I can't do this," he whispered to himself, but the weight of duty pressed down, heavier than the armor that clinked around him. His hands trembled, not from cold but from the ghostly memories of battles fought long ago. He remembered his father, eyes fierce and proud, sword raised high against the enemies of their home. "You are a protector, Marco," he had said, voice booming like thunder. "Do not falter." But what if the protector couldn't protect? What if the sword was nothing but a tool of despair? A horn blared across the valley, its sound slicing through the stillness like a knife. The moment was here. Pierre's heart thundered in his chest, a primal drumbeat urging him forward, urging him to face destiny. He could already taste the bitterness of fear in his mouth, feel the weight of his choices hanging like a noose around his neck. Was he fighting for glory or for the sheer madness of it all? The fog began to clear, revealing the stark outlines of men, friends, enemies, strangers, all caught in a web of fate. "Form ranks!" For France, he shouted, but instead of valor, the cry felt like a desperate plea. He could see Marco now, the determined set of his jaw, the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Their gazes locked, and in that fleeting moment, a connection sparked, two souls on opposite sides of an abyss, drawn together by the blooded tapestry of history. Marco's heart raced, pounding like a wild stallion, yet he felt rooted, as if the earth beneath him conspired to keep him from fleeing. "We fight for our homes," he yelled, voice breaking, and yet it rang with fervor. He could see the fear mirrored back at him in the eyes of his comrades, hear their breaths hitching in unison. "Stand firm!" Their lives were not just numbers on a scroll, nor sacrifices to be counted at the end of the day. They were brothers, fathers, sons, each heartbeat a testament to their humanity. And then it exploded. An avalanche of clashing steel, the shrieks of men, the cries of wounded souls. Time twisted, stretched, collapsed around them in a cacophony of blood and fury. Pierre felt the ground shift beneath his feet, as if the very earth was trying to swallow them whole. He struck, silver flashing under the sun, but each swing felt like it cleaved through his heart rather than the enemy. Marco surged forward, rage and desperation fueling him, but every lunge felt like a betrayal. Each man he struck was a dreamer, a father, someone who might have laughed under different stars. They were lost in a tempest of emotions, each thrust, each parry, a struggle not just for survival, but for the very essence of who they were. The lines between right and wrong blurred like ink on parchment, smudged by the brutality of reality. Pierre saw Marco again, their eyes locking amidst the chaos, a flicker of recognition, an understanding deeper than words could convey. They were bound by more than swords, they were two sides of the same coin, each caught in the cycle of history, spiraling toward an uncertain fate. Blood sprayed the earth, a grotesque painting, splattering memories across the battlefield. The sun hung low in the sky, casting shadows that danced like spirits, mocking the carnage below. Pierre felt the world shrink, the roar of the battle fading into a dull thrum, heart echoing in rhythm with the clash of metal. He was alive, yet he felt more like a ghost, haunting the remnants of his choices. Every face he encountered etched itself into his memory, each cry of pain a dagger, each plea for mercy a weight around his heart. And then, a moment of clarity pierced through the haze. Marco, breathless and wild-eyed, stood before him, sword raised, but hesitation flickered in his gaze. They were not enemies, they were reflections of a shared struggle, caught in a maelstrom they never wished to join. Time slowed, the battlefield fading around them. For a heartbeat, they were just two men, lost in their own thoughts, searching for salvation in the storm. "This isn't us!" Marco shouted, desperation spilling over. "We don't have to do this." But the ground shook with the weight of their choices, and the world surged forward again, a tide of destruction. Pierre steeled himself, ready to strike, yet all he felt was a profound sadness, a longing for a world where swords were replaced with words, where laughter echoed instead of screams. The clash resumed, the din rising to a fever pitch, but inside, he fought a different battle, a battle for his soul, a struggle against the crushing weight of fate. "God forgive me," he whispered as he lunged forward, but as the steel clashed, what was forgiveness? What was life? The question spiraled like the autumn leaves caught in a tempest, swirling around them, taunting them with the absurdity of their plight. Each swing of the sword, each gasp of breath, was a step toward an ending that remained unseen, a destination shrouded in the fog of uncertainty. In the chaos, they fought on, lost in the storm of their emotions, desperate to carve out a piece of destiny, one that wouldn't be written in blood but in a hope that seemed distant yet tantalizingly close. And the battle raged, a tempest of sorrow and rage, a haunting refrain that echoed through the ages, intertwining their fates in a dance of destruction. The cry of the war horn blared again, reverberating like a death knell, but in their hearts, a flicker of rebellion ignited. What came next was not just a battle but a reckoning, a confrontation with their own humanity amidst the madness of war. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the cobbled streets of Naples, and all that was left was a hushed whisper of fear clinging to the air. Elena stood by the window, heart pounding, a prisoner of her own thoughts. The shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, taunting her with the memories of lost dreams. "I never wanted this," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, as if the universe might hear her plea and grant her freedom. But freedom was a distant dream, fading faster than the last rays of sunlight. Outside, the marketplace had dissolved into chaos. Men shouted, their voices hoarse with desperation. I remember the taste of fear, bitter as burnt bread. The Spanish crown had sent their soldiers to enforce their interests, and with them came an iron grip that suffocated even the air around her. The Spanish crown, a gilded cage, shimmered with promises of power, yet here she was, ensnared in its web, suffocating beneath a weight too heavy for her fragile soul. She thought of Marco, his face a memory etched in the fabric of her heart. He had always been the dreamer, the one who spun tales of adventure while the rest of the world crumbled around them. "We could escape, you know," he had said, laughing at the absurdity of it all. "Just take a boat and sail away." But that was before the crown had come, before their ambitions had spilled blood on the cobblestones and silenced the laughter of dreams. Now, his laughter echoed only in the empty corners of her mind. The door creaked open, and fear clawed at her throat. In stepped Hernando, his presence filling the small room like a storm cloud. He was a man of contradictions, loyal to the crown yet haunted by the ghosts of his choices. She could see the conflict in his eyes, the flicker of uncertainty that betrayed his stoic facade. "Elena," he started, his voice trembling like leaves in a tempest, "they are coming for you." "I refuse to be a pawn," she declared, her voice stronger than she felt. "I will not let them dictate my fate." But Hernando stepped closer, the shadows swallowing him whole. "It's not just you anymore. They will take everything, your family, your home. They will burn the city for the crown. This is not a game." Every word felt like a dagger, piercing through her resolve. She thought of her brother, tucked away in some dark corner of the city, hiding from the soldiers who craved power like a ravenous beast. "What do you suggest, Hernando? That I kneel before them? That I beg for mercy?" "Sometimes, survival means playing the game," he replied, the weight of his own choices resting heavy on his shoulders. "I know what they want. I can help you." "Help?" The word felt foreign, twisted in her throat. She had grown up swinging swords of rebellion, not wearing chains of obedience. "And what do you gain from this?" "Another place at the table of the crown." He flinched, a crack in his carefully curated armor. "I don't want to lose you too." The truth hung between them, thick and suffocating. She could feel the unspoken words, the spark of a connection that had long been buried beneath layers of duty and desire. "You're fighting for a crown that holds no love for us," she whispered, the fierce emotion breaking through like a wave crashing against the shore. "I fight for you," he said, and the sincerity in his voice sent chills down her spine. But the weight of her own heart felt insurmountable. Could she trust him? Could she trust anyone? As the walls began to close in around her, the clock on the mantel ticked ominously, marking the seconds like a relentless predator counting down to the inevitable. Time, a cruel mistress, reminded her of every choice left unmade, every opportunity that had slipped through her fingers like grains of sand. She could hear the distant echo of soldiers marching, determination in their steps, a dark symphony orchestrating tragedy. "I remember the day you kissed me under the olive tree," she said, her voice quivering, as if the memory could shield her from the storm. "I remember how we swore we would change the world together." "And you still can," he breathed, stepping closer. "But we must act now, before it's too late." With a heavy heart, she peered out into the encroaching night. The city was a living entity, its belly swollen with secrets and whispers, the kind that could bring kingdoms down. She could feel the tension crackling in the air like static electricity, a prelude to a storm that threatened to drown them all. And then came the knock. The sound resonated through her like a death knell. "Elena!" The voice was gruff and laced with authority. Fear surged, and she turned to Hernando, desperation etched into her features. "What do I do?" "Trust me," he urged, taking her hand, his grip firm yet trembling. In that moment, she felt the weight of the choice pressing down like a yoke. Would she step into the shadows, or would she face the light? The door creaked open, and there they were, soldiers, faceless and fierce, their eyes cold as the abyss. "I will not yield," she shouted, the fire of defiance igniting within her. The soldiers moved forward, their intentions clear, but she would not be a silent victim. Hernando whispered into her ear, "Follow me." Together, they turned from the chaos behind them, the darkness ahead beckoning like an uncharted sea. The world around her screamed in agony and hope, a cacophony that wove through her veins and poured into her pulse. She felt alive, even as the spectre of the crown loomed menacingly, ready to devour everything in its path. The future was a dark canvas, and in that moment, she would be the brush that painted it anew. They dashed into the night, hearts racing, shadows trailing behind, and the laughter of freedom echoed faintly in their ears, urging them forward into the unknown. The air crackled with the scent of smoke and blood, a bitter perfume that hung in the stillness of the late afternoon. Clouds loomed overhead, dark and heavy, pregnant with the promise of rain, an ominous shroud that mirrored the hearts around me. I stood at the edge of the battlefield, the cries of men echoing like a haunting melody, each note a reminder of the chaos that swallowed my soul. I remember the moment the arrows rained down, their swift, brutal grace tearing through the sky like angry hornets unleashed from their hive. Louis XII, the King of France, his face a mask of determination yet laced with weariness, surveyed the scene from his makeshift command post. His heart raced with a mix of ambition and dread, a relentless tide that surged against the shores of his sanity. "I must reclaim what is rightfully mine," he murmured, but the words were swallowed by the cacophony around him. They echoed hollowly in my ears, like the tolling of a distant bell, each clang a reminder of his desperation, of his unyielding desire for glory. Across the field, my gaze fell upon Francesco, a soldier whose eye sparkled with youthful bravado, a fire dimming with each passing moment. He was a boy clinging to dreams forged in the aching forge of war, yet now stood on the precipice of despair. "We can win this," he shouted, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his bravado. I watched, entranced, as he gripped his sword, a heavy weight that felt as much a part of him as the blood coursing through his veins. I remember his laugh, innocent and bright, before the shadows of mortality cast their pall over the sunlight, dimming the world around him. "Francesco!" I called out, my voice nearly lost among the tumult. "What do you see?" I wanted to know what hope still lived within him, what dreams lingered beneath the weight of his sword. His eyes flicked back to me, wide and haunted, a child lost in a darkening world. "I see," he began, each word a fragile thread hanging in the air. "I see glory, but I also see death." There it was, the haunting truth, raw and unvarnished, seeping into his marrow like poison. A shiver ran through me, I recognized that fear as my own. War was a grotesque masquerade, and we were the puppets dancing to its sinister tune. As the battle erupted, swords clashed with a ferocity that sent chills racing down my spine. The nightmarish symphony of metal on metal, shouts mingling with cries of the fallen, surged through me like a deluge. The battlefield was a canvas painted in shades of crimson, yet every stroke was a reminder of the fragility of life. I remember the moment Francesco fell, a brutal twist of fate that snuffed out his light. His body crumpled to the earth, and time slowed to a crawl. His eyes, once bright, now dulled, mirroring the fading sun as shadows enveloped the horizon. "No!" I screamed, the word clawing its way from the depths of my gut. I lunged forward, but the press of bodies held me back, a wall of flesh that transformed my desperation into futility. I remember the chaos, the heart-stopping realization that I was powerless. I was a mere observer in this brutal theater of war, and every heartbeat echoed the same bitter truth: life was slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. In the midst of this storm, Louis watched Francesco's fall, his own ambitions crashing against the jagged rocks of loss. The crown on his head felt heavier than ever, a gilded burden that dulled his senses and twisted his heart. "What is a kingdom without its people?" he whispered, anguish threaded through his voice. His gaze, once fierce with determination, now held a flicker of doubt. The weight of the crown threatened to crush him. He had sought glory, yet all he found was the spectre of death lurking in every shadow. And there I was, caught between these two worlds, the relentless ambition of a king and the fragile dreams of a soldier. I felt the clash of their fates like thunder in my veins, a haunting melody that reverberated through the air. My heart ached with an unbearable heaviness, a longing for something, anything, beyond this madness. As the battle raged on, the ghosts of the fallen whispered their lamentations, weaving through the chaos like threads of sorrow. I remember a moment of eerie calm amidst the carnage, where time stretched thin and the world slowed to a breath. I saw Louis standing alone, staring at the horizon, where the sun dipped below the edge of the world, leaving a crimson stain in its wake. The spectre of his choices loomed large, an indelible mark etched into his very soul. "Is this what I sought?" he pondered, his voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. It was a question that hung in the air, heavy with meaning, a plea for redemption that drowned in the tumult of war. I could see the weight of his decisions crashing against him, waves of regret that pulled him under, yet he fought to stay afloat. I could feel the shadows creeping closer, the darkness wrapping its tendrils around us all. The battlefield was no longer just a place of conflict, it was an abyss that threatened to consume us whole. Fear clawed at my insides, a visceral reminder of mortality. War was a thief, stealing lives and dreams alike, turning ambition into ash. Then came the moment, an explosion of sound, a blinding flash of light, as cannonballs tore through the air. The ground trembled beneath us, a living entity that responded to the violence above. My heart raced, each beat a countdown to chaos, to the climax of our collective destiny. I remember how the world tilted on its axis, how reality fractured like glass, shards glimmering in the dying light. And in that chaos, I saw Louis, his face a mask of anguish, and Francesco's lifeless form, a juxtaposition of ambition and loss. Time blurred, and for a heartbeat, it was as if the universe paused to take a breath. In the eye of the storm, a truth emerged: we were all prisoners of our choices, bound together by the threads of fate that wove through us like a tapestry stained with blood. With one final surge of desperation, I moved forward, propelled by an unseen force. The confrontation loomed, a reckoning that echoed through the ages, a reminder of our humanity amidst the horrors of war. I remember the weight of that moment, the unbearable tension that held us captive, as the shadows closed in, expanding like a dark tide threatening to swallow the world whole. And just like that, the night was upon us, thick with the ghosts of the fallen, their whispers rising like smoke into the suffocating air, a prelude to the darkness yet to come. The air crackled with tension, a palpable silence that hung heavy like a black cloud pregnant with rain. The distant rumble of thunder was a harbinger of chaos, but here, in the heart of Bologna, time crept with an agonizing slowness, each heartbeat echoing the dread that loomed on the horizon. I stood, breathless, on the precipice of something monumental, my heart racing, not just with fear but with the dark thrill of the unknown. I remember the smell of smoke, the acrid scent curling through the cobbled streets, mingling with the earthy perfume of desperation. The city was a cage, and we were the trapped birds, our wings clipped by the weight of an inevitable tide. Through the haze, I caught a glimpse of Marco, his face drawn tight, eyes wild with a mix of hope and despair. He was a man of contradictions, a scholar turned soldier, his hands trembling as he clutched a tattered scroll, the words scrawled in hurried ink a lifeline to a lost cause. "We can't just sit here," he whispered, urgency coating his voice like a bitter poison. But our commander, Isabella, stood firm, her silhouette a statue against the backdrop of impending doom. Dressed in armor that glinted dully in the waning light, she was a lioness among us, fierce and unyielding. Yet in her eyes, I saw a flicker of doubt, a momentary crack in her steel exterior. "We hold the walls," she declared, but there was a tremor in her command. The roar of her spirit, once unwavering, now echoed with the fragility of a distant memory. Outside the city, the enemy swarmed like locusts, their banners snapping in the cold wind, creating a murmur that rose like a dark tide. I could almost hear their laughter, a cruel, mocking sound that sent shivers down my spine. I remember the stories, the tales of glory and honor, but here, in the grip of the siege, it was a different narrative. One where heroes fell not with the grace of warriors, but in the grotesque splatter of blood and bone. "Isabella," I called, my voice trembling. "What if they breach the walls? What do we do then?" The question hung in the air, a question that danced with the shadows, taunting us with its implications. She turned her gaze toward me, a storm brewing within her, and for a fleeting second, I saw the weight of 1,000 lives resting on her shoulders. "I remember," she began, her voice softening as she stared into the distance, the flickering torches flickering like the dying embers of hope. "I remember a child, not much older than my brother, crying in the streets. His parents gone, his home reduced to ashes. I cannot let that happen again." Her words struck me, reverberating through my very soul. How could she carry such memories? The city, once vibrant with life, now felt like a graveyard of dreams, each corner a reminder of what was lost. I recalled my own family, the faces of my sisters, their laughter echoing like music in the stillness. What if I never saw them again? The thought gripped me with icy fingers, squeezing tighter as the siege pressed on. Marco stepped closer, desperation clawing at his throat. "We have to do something. We can't just wait for them to come." His hand shook, not from fear but from an overwhelming need to act, to fight against the suffocating gloom that threatened to engulf us. His desperation mirrored my own. We were two sides of the same coin, flawed yet yearning for redemption amid the chaos. And then it happened, a sound, a crash that shattered the stillness, like a glass vase thrown against the wall. The enemy had breached the outer gates, and the air filled with a cacophony of screams, steel clashing against steel, the visceral sound of bodies colliding with the unforgiving earth. Panic surged through me like wildfire as I turned to Isabella. "Now! We must rally the men!" I shouted, but she was already moving, a lioness in the fray, her roar echoing through the crumbling streets. I followed her, my heart pounding like a war drum, the rhythm syncing with the chaos around us. I heard the cries of the wounded and the dying, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood, and in that moment, I understood the true cost of courage. The clash of swords rang in my ears, a symphony of despair and defiance, as we fought side by side, our bodies moving instinctively, driven by adrenaline and fear. There was no time for thoughts, only the primal instinct to survive. Marco's voice cut through the din. "Stay close. We can't lose each other." But the moment was a cruel illusion. I lost sight of him in the chaos, the sea of bodies swallowing him whole, and panic clawed at my throat. "Marco!" I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the tumult. Time dissolved in that moment, seconds stretched into eternities, the world around me bleeding into a blur of shadows and sparks. I fought, a visceral dance of life and death, my sword carving through the suffocating darkness with each swing. I remember the faces of the fallen, their eyes wide with shock, as if frozen in time, their last breaths a chilling reminder of our mortality. My breath came in ragged gasps, and just as despair threatened to pull me under, I caught sight of Isabella, her fierce spirit unwavering as she cut through the enemy ranks. In that moment, I saw not just a leader but a beacon of hope, a light flickering defiantly against the darkness. Yet, as the siege unfurled, I felt the weight of inevitability. The tide of battle swayed, a relentless wave crashing upon the shores of our resolve. Each clash of steel felt like a heartbeat lost, each scream a reminder of the cost. And as I fought, I realized, this was more than a battle for survival, it was a battle for our souls, a turning point where we either found redemption or were consumed by the shadows. The city trembled underfoot, the very ground shaking as if it too felt the weight of our struggle. The ghost of hope lingered, haunting yet tantalizing, whispering promises of victory even as despair threatened to envelop us. I could almost hear the echoes of the past, the dreams of a city that thrived on life and laughter, now a mere specter beneath the siege. But we pushed on, spurred by the fire within, the belief that somewhere, amid the crumbling stone and blood-soaked earth, lay the heart of Bologna, a heart that refused to surrender. And as the darkness closed in, I dared to believe in the impossible. In that fleeting moment, amid the chaos and carnage, I found a glimmer of something greater than fear, a raw, unyielding love for the city and the people for whom I fought. As the siege raged on, I clung to that fire, knowing that even if the night swallowed us whole, we would go down fighting, the echoes of our spirits rising like smoke into the vast, indifferent sky. Each heartbeat counted, each breath a testament to our resolve, as we stood together on the brink of destiny, intertwined in a tapestry woven with threads of hope and despair. The battle had only just begun. The night was heavy, a suffocating blanket of darkness settled over the plain, pierced only by the jagged silhouettes of trees clawing at the twilight. The stench of sweat and fear mingled in the air, a perfume of despair that wrapped around the soldiers like a vice. I remember the distant rumble, the low growl of a storm brewing over Garigliano, but it was no tempest in the sky that unsettled the heart, it was the anticipation of violence, the insatiable hunger for blood. I remember, oh how I remember, the way the ground trembled beneath our feet, a palpable heartbeat echoing the thunder of war. In that moment, the world shrank to the size of a man's fear, a fear embodied in Captain Diego, who stood at the edge of the camp, his hands trembling as he gripped the hilt of his sword. His eyes, once bright with dreams of glory, now mirrored the dark waters of a restless sea, marred by doubts that gnawed at his resolve. He was a man on the brink, teetering between valor and cowardice, and I felt the weight of his indecision as if it were my own. "Tonight," he whispered, voice barely more than a breath, "we face the end." The words hung in the air, heavy with an unshakable truth. There was no turning back, no escape from the impending clash that awaited us at dawn. Fear clawed at my insides. I had signed up for glory, not this choking dread, a creeping shadow that stalked my every thought. Then there was Isabel, a healer with hands that had mended the wounds of countless souls. She moved through the camp like a ghost, her presence a balm over the frenetic energy that permeated the air. I watched her, the way her fingers danced over herbs, a ritual almost sacred, as she prepared potions that could snatch life from the jaws of death. But even her eyes, pools of wisdom, betrayed a flicker of uncertainty. "We are but whispers in the wind," she murmured to herself, fragile and easily lost. I ached to tell her that we were more than that we could be brave and bold, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I found myself drawn to the darkness that enveloped us, a cocoon of dread that whispered tales of the fallen. Each breath became a reminder of the price we were about to pay, the weight of lives lost pressing down like the thickest fog. The silence that fell was ominous, punctuated only by the rustle of armor and the distant war drums, a heartbeat of war growing louder, a call to arms. I could feel my heart pounding in sync, a metronome of fear driving me toward inevitable destruction. I thought of the families at home, the warm meals left behind, the laughter that would echo no more if this night turned into a slaughter. What if I don't return? I thought, the question pooling in my mind like poison. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into the darkened sky, its light illuminating the anxious faces of men who had become brothers, yet strangers. The air thickened with tension, a taut string vibrating, ready to snap. Whispers floated among us, tales of glory, of honor, but beneath it all slumbered the truth. We were marionettes, our strings pulled by the whims of kings and fate. And then, the first shot rang out, a sharp, slicing sound that cut through the stillness like a knife through flesh. It shattered the night, and with it, the fragile barrier between life and death. Diego's eyes widened, a storm of fury and fear raging within. I saw him transform, becoming not just a man but a symbol of defiance, a vessel of rage ready to spill over. He bellowed, rallying the men, and in that moment, I felt the surge of adrenaline course through my veins, igniting a fire I didn't know existed. "Forward," he shouted, voice a battle cry. We surged into the darkness, a tide of bodies moving as one, driven by instinct and desperation. The clash of steel rang out, a symphony of chaos that reverberated in my bones. The ground shook beneath the weight of our fear, our anger. It was a dance of death, and everyone was invited. Isabel was there too, darting between the chaos, her hand steady even as the world spun out of control. I caught sight of her, a beacon of hope amidst the horrors unfurling. She was fear and courage stitched together, her determination a force that pulled me forward. I watched as she tended to the wounded, her voice cutting through the cacophony, a lifeline amid the storm. I remember the blood, the crimson tide that painted the earth, the cries that mingled with the clanging metal, and the hollow thud of bodies collapsing. It was no longer a battle, it was a massacre, and as I fought, I could feel the darkness encroaching, a hunger that gnawed at my soul. I swung my sword, desperate, frenzied, every strike a plea for survival. My heart raced, each beat a frantic drum echoing the chaos around me. And then, as if caught in a dream, I locked eyes with Diego. In that split second, a silent understanding passed between us, raw and unfiltered. We were no longer soldiers, we were men, flawed, fearful, fighting against an inevitable tide. He was a reflection of all that I feared to lose, a reminder of the fragility of life as we faced this abyss together. But as the battle raged on, shadows crept closer, unseen forces that threatened to consume us whole. The darkness felt alive, whispering secrets of despair, reminding us of our mortality, of dreams that withered like leaves in autumn. I could feel it clinging to me, suffocating, but I refused to be swallowed whole. Each moment stretched into eternity, and with every heartbeat, I fought not just for victory but for the shattered pieces of my own soul. I fought for Diego's courage, for Isabel's unwavering spirit, for my own fleeting humanity. The battle was not just against the enemy, it was against the very essence of fear that threatened to obliterate us. And amidst the chaos, as dawn broke over the horizon, spilling gold upon the battlefield, I saw the triumph we had fought for. Elation surged, mingling with the bittersweet taste of loss. Victory tasted like ash, a hollow crown worn by those who had paid the price. We stood, bloodied and broken, witnessing the first light of day wash over the remnants of our struggle, a promise that tomorrow would come, even if it carried the ghosts of today. In that moment, I realized we were not just victors, we were survivors, each scar a testament to our resilience. The Battle of Garigliano would echo through the ages, not merely as a tale of glory but as a haunting reminder of what it means to confront the dark abyss within and without. The shadows lingered still, whispering tales of the fallen, yet we breathed, we lived, and even amid the sorrow, I felt a flicker of hope ignite in the depths of despair. But the war was not over, it would never truly end. I could feel it in the marrow of my bones, a haunting refrain that would rise again, relentless as time itself. The night is thick with dread, a suffocating cloak that wraps around the hearts of men. I remember the taste of iron in the air, the smell of smoke curling into the darkness like a serpent hungry for blood. The city of Florence lay sprawled beneath a bruised sky, its cobblestone streets slick with the sweat of fear, and in the shadows, whispers echoed, mercenaries were coming. A flicker of torchlight catches my eye, revealing Marco, his face a mask of desperation and despair. He grips a sword, knuckles white, eyes wild as if he is battling phantoms only he can see. "We can't hold the line," he mutters, the tremor in his voice betraying the bravado he tries to maintain. "They're beasts, soldiers for hire, sold to the highest bidder. Not soldiers of the city. They have no loyalty." And there it is, the haunting truth that reverberates through the night: loyalty is a luxury in a world where men sell their souls for gold. I can feel the weight of his fear, heavy as lead, sinking deep into my bones. Beside him, Isabella stands, her presence a flicker of hope in this growing storm of despair. A mercenary herself, but one with a heart still tethered to the ideals of honor. The irony gnaws at her, she had once fought for a cause, for a city that cradled her dreams. But now, she finds herself in the service of mercenaries, driven by the need to survive, to protect the few she loves. "Marco, listen," she implores, her voice a soft, fierce flame amidst the suffocating darkness. "We can use them. We can turn the tide." But her words hang heavy in the air, laden with the unspoken truth of what that would mean, betrayal wrapped in desperation. I remember the hours spent in the taverns, listening to the tales of these hired swords. They thrived on chaos, danced to the rhythm of destruction and despair. Soldiers by day, ghosts by night, haunting the memories of those they left broken. A single thought gnaws at me: would they be our salvation or our doom? The city bell tolls, an agonizing sound that reverberates within me, as if the very fabric of time is unraveling. With each chime, I feel my heartbeat quicken, echoing the urgency of the moment. I glimpse the silhouettes of mercenaries approaching, their armor glinting wickedly in the faint light, shadows stretching like dark fingers across the ground. They are a storm made flesh, each one a living testament to the fickle nature of warfare, a trade where every life is merely collateral damage. Are we really willing to gamble our lives on these cutthroats? Marco's voice trembles as he speaks, a thin veneer of anger disguising his fear. I want to tell him that we have no choice, that survival often means embracing the very darkness that threatens to consume us. But how do you explain that to a man who still believes in honor when the world is so cruelly devoid of it? And then there's Isabella, her resolve shining through the storm. She steps forward, a warrior birthed from the ashes of her own sorrow. We have to make a pact, she declares, the fire in her eyes igniting something within me, something primal. We can't just let our city fall. We must take control of our fate. Her words wrap around me, warm but tinged with the chill of uncertainty. To trust a mercenary, to put our lives in the hands of those who have sold their souls, it feels like dancing with death himself. Yet, there's a flicker of possibility, a light in the darkness that I can't ignore. In that moment, time stretches. I see the faces of those who fought before us, those who've bled for this soil, their sacrifice etched into the very stones beneath our feet. Are we willing to bargain with ghosts to save the living? The mercenaries arrive, their laughter a cacophony that slices through the tension. They swagger, bold and reckless, as if the chaos of war is a game. One of them, a giant of a man named Luca, steps forward. What's this? A band of misfits looking for a miracle. He chuckles, a sound that fills the air with a sense of impending doom. I've fought for kings and tyrants alike. Don't think for a moment that I care about your precious city. Isabella meets his gaze, unflinching. Then fight for us, or don't fight at all. We need men who can wield steel, not men who can wield words. It's a challenge, a spark igniting a fire that has the potential to either consume us or illuminate our path. I can sense the tension thickening, a palpable force drawing us closer to the edge of an abyss. Can mercy and brutality coexist? Can we forge a bond with mercenaries painted in shadows? I remember the clock tower chiming again, each stroke a heartbeat, a reminder of the limited time we have left. Behind Marco's defiance, I see a flicker of understanding. He knows, deep down, that our choice is not just about survival anymore, it's about the very essence of who we are. Beneath the layers of despair, beneath the armor and the blood, we search for something more, something worth fighting for. The night envelops us, each breath a whisper of the past, each heartbeat a promise for the future. Shadows stretch, flickering like memories at the edge of consciousness. Time feels fluid, a river of possibilities flowing through us, urging us forward. We stand on the precipice, the abyss yawning beneath us, the mercenaries poised to either become our saviors or our executioners. And still, I cannot shake the feeling that this is only the beginning. The air crackles with tension, pregnant with unspoken truths. All around us, the echoes of history play like a haunting melody, a reminder that we are not merely players in a game of war but threads in a tapestry of fate that binds us all, mercenaries and citizens alike. As the first clash of steel rings through the night, I realize that we have crossed an invisible line, a point of no return. The mercenaries are here, and so are we. In this dance of fate, we find ourselves entangled in a story that stretches far beyond our fears and desires. The night is just beginning. The sirens wailed, a banshee's wail tearing through the night, slicing the silence like a knife through flesh. In that moment, Maria stood transfixed, the weight of her paintbrush heavy in her hand, the canvas before her an unresolved scream of color and despair. She could hear the distant thud of bombs, each one a violent punctuation mark on the page of her life. She looked at the hue swirling on her palette, the reds and blues like memories of love and loss, swirling in a tempest that threatened to drown her. Am I creating or destroying? She whispered to the shadows around her. Elias, her brother, crouched in the corner, eyes wide and wild, as though he could see the ghosts of their childhood darting through the smoke. Maria, we need to go, he urged, his voice a quiver, a raw edge of panic. He was the protector, the one who always shielded her from the world's cruelty, yet here they were, trapped in a cage of their own making, her art against the backdrop of war. Just a moment longer, she replied, her heart pounding, not just from fear but from the sheer intensity of creation. Every stroke was a rebellion, every color a scream against the darkness swallowing their city. But what was beauty in a world so steeped in horror? What was art when the very air tasted of ash and despair? She dug her brush into the vibrant paint, desperately attempting to capture the fleeting remnants of a world that once felt safe. As she painted, the memory of their mother seeped into the edges of her mind, a gentle laugh, a warm embrace that felt like sunlight on a cold winter's day. "You must always create, Maria," she used to say, "for in creation, we are truly alive." The echoes of her mother's voice danced in the air, a bittersweet lullaby that haunted her. But all around them, the world was shattering. Each thud of artillery felt like the heartbeat of a dying giant. Elias peered out the cracked window, the moonlight casting eerie shadows on his face. "They're coming closer," he whispered, the tremor in his voice betraying his bravado. "We can't stay here." Maria paused, paint-stained fingers hovering over the canvas, caught in the tension between leaving and staying. "And if I stop?" she asked, each word a delicate thread tying her to what remained of her sanity. "If I stop, then what? What happens to the stories? The colors? They'll vanish into the void. Or they'll get you killed," Elias snapped, but there was softness in his eyes, a plea hidden beneath layers of frustration. The air thickened with unspoken words, their relationship strained like the taut strings of a violin, ready to snap. Maria wanted to scream, to throw her palette against the wall and let the colors bleed, to let the raw agony spill out like the chaos around them. But how could she abandon the only act of defiance she had left? Across town, in a makeshift theater, a group of actors huddled together, lips taut with fear and determination. Lena, a fiery spirit who had once dazzled crowds with her bold performances, now rehearsed lines written in the margins of her heart. "We'll take the stage tonight," she declared, her voice steady despite the tremors of uncertainty that coursed through her. "Even if it's just for ourselves." Her fellow actors nodded, but the doubt lurked behind their eyes like shadows in a moonlit alley. "What if the bombing starts?" one asked, the tremor in his voice betraying the bravado he tried to muster. "Then we act," Lena replied, her courage aflame in the gathering darkness. "We create, we breathe life into our stories. They can take our homes, our peace, but they can never take what lives in us." The stage was a sanctuary, a refuge from the chaos outside, yet it was also a fragile illusion, shimmering like glass. Lena felt the weight of her responsibility. Could she really elevate them above the horrors? Could art still speak when horror drummed so loudly? Back in Maria's studio, the walls trembled with the distant echo of war. She took a deep breath, the scent of paint mingling with the acrid smoke that seeped in through cracks. "Elias," she murmured, "remember when we painted that mural on the wall of our old school? That was us, our hope, our laughter captured in color." He turned to her, his face a canvas of grief and love. "We were just kids then, Maria. What can we do now? What good is art against the weight of bombs?" But she couldn't let go, not yet. Art is everything. It's memory, it's rage, it's hope. It's the one thing that can fight back against the dark. As the sirens wailed again, thunderous and relentless, she dipped her brush into black, swirling it with gold, creating a tempest on the canvas. "I remember the stars, Elias," she said, her voice rising above the chaos. "I remember standing under the night sky, dreaming about the world we'd create. If I don't paint this, if I don't capture this moment, who will remember us? Who will remember the beauty among the ruins?" Outside, the world fell silent momentarily, a breath held in expectancy, the calm before the storm. But Maria and Elias were caught in a cyclone of art and emotion, suspended between creation and destruction, between the world they knew and the nightmare that loomed. In that instant, Lena stepped onto her stage, the lights flickering with uncertainty, the audience a ghostly assembly of shadows. She opened her mouth, and in that breath, she summoned the courage to defy the dark. "This is for every soul lost, for every dream shattered," she proclaimed, her voice a beacon in the night. "We will not be forgotten." The stage became a testament to resilience, the air thick with emotion, words spilling out like the colors from Maria's brush, each one an echo of hope, each line a battle cry against despair. The world trembled, but within the hearts of those touched by art, a flicker of light refused to die. The canvas, the stage, they were more than mere objects, they were lifelines, threads woven into the fabric of existence. They were the whispers of the past, the cries for the future, and in the midst of war, They were a promise that somewhere, somehow, beauty would rise again, even from the ashes. The cold stone walls of the Palazzo Vecchio echoed with the frantic whispers of treachery. Shadows danced wildly, stretched by the flickering torches that cast an unsettling glow, revealing faces taut with fear. Above them, the night sky roared, a tempest of storm clouds swirling like thoughts too tempestuous to contain. I was there, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat, as the whispers grew louder, heavier, each word a dagger, each name a betrayal. I could almost taste the tension, metallic and bitter on my tongue. I remember the way Francesco's hands trembled, the betrayal of even the slightest movement. He was the sort of man who wore loyalty like a badge, yet here he was, standing at the precipice of a decision that could shatter everything. "We must unite, or perish," he whispered, his voice cracking. But it was more than an appeal for allegiance, it was a plea for survival. The weight of his despair hung in the air thick as smoke, wrapping around my mind like a vice. Across the room, Isabella stood, defiance etched into her features. A fire lit within those hazel eyes, a flickering flame against the looming dark. She was not merely a woman caught in the tangle of alliances, she was a weapon, sharp and unyielding. "We cannot trust them, Francesco!" The Borgia's smile is a serpent's. "They will strike when we least expect it." Her words struck like lightning, illuminating the stark reality of the city-state's rivalries that threatened to consume us all. How could loyalty exist in a world where betrayal was currency? I remember the first time I saw Isabella, standing on the balcony of her father's palazzo, the city sprawling below her like a mosaic of dreams and nightmares. The way she commanded the night, the shadows bending to her will, it was intoxicating. Yet here we were, caught in the web of shifting alliances, where every alliance felt like a noose tightening around our throats. As the storm raged outside, a group of armed men burst through the doors, faces obscured by masks that gleamed with menace. My heartbeat thundered in my ears, drowning out the sounds of chaos as they surged forward, swords glinting, intentions clear. "Francesco! Isabella!" I shouted, the name spilling from my lips like prayers, but the storm drowned my voice. I could feel the weight of inevitability pressing down, suffocating. The clash of steel rang out, a symphony of destruction, a cacophony of loyalty splintering into shards. In that moment, I saw Francesco cut down, his dreams of unity slipping through his fingers like sand. The world shrank to a single heartbeat, one last gasp of hope before the night consumed him. Isabella screamed, a sound that pierced the very fabric of the night, a raw, guttural cry that resonated within my chest. I remember the taste of fear, the acrid scent of betrayal mixing with the cool night air. I remember the way time twisted, each second stretching into eternity as I reached for her, desperate to pull her from the jaws of darkness. But she was a storm herself, a tempest unleashed, grappling with the shadows until they gave way. "We fight! We stand," she roared, and the room reverberated with her fury, a battle cry that sent chills racing down my spine. But even as she fought, I saw the doubt flickering behind her eyes, a ghost of uncertainty. Could they truly trust one another? Could resilience survive amidst the treacherous whirlpool of alliances and animosities? I felt it too, the gnawing fear that each swing of her sword might be her last, and with it, the last flicker of hope for the city. Outside, the storm raged on, a reflection of our inner turmoil. It was as if the heavens themselves mourned the bloodshed, each drop of rain a tear shed for lost allegiances and broken promises. I could almost hear the whispers of ghosts, those who had come before us, reminding us how easily trust could crumble, how friendships could morph into feuds in an instant. In that chaos, I caught a glimpse of the Borgia's emblem, the serpent coiling around a dagger, a twisted reflection of the very alliances we sought to forge. They played the game of power like musicians, their fingers dancing over the strings of ambition, each note a reminder of the fragility of loyalty. The fight crescendoed into a frenzied storm, and amidst the clash, I saw Isabella fall to her knees, blood staining the cobblestones, a cruel reminder of the cost of war. My heart shattered, each fragment piercing deeper, gasping for breath as if the very air had thickened with despair. "Isabella!" I cried, but the word felt hollow, swallowed by the chaos. In that moment, Time froze, and my mind raced through a torrent of memories, dreams of a united Florence, of laughter shared over wine and bread, of moments stolen in the shadows of impending doom. A life I envisioned stripped bare before me. I was nothing but a spectator to a tragedy unfolding, a bitter reminder that in this brutal dance of power and ambition, no one was truly safe. I remember the silence that followed, the eerie quiet after the storm, punctuated only by the distant rumble of thunder. The air hung heavy, pregnant with unspoken words and unresolved feelings. Shadows loomed, ghosts of decisions made and paths taken, stretching infinitely before us like an unending road lined with betrayal. And there in the midst of it all, I felt the weight of inevitability settle. We were bound to this cycle, an endless loop of alliances forged and shattered, of love and rivalry intertwining in a grotesque ballet. Each heartbeat whispered of choices yet to come, each breath heavy with the promise of more conflict, more heartbreak. As the dawn threatened to break the horizon, spilling light over the blooded ground, I realized this was just the beginning. The city-states would not simply fade into the morning mist, they would rise again, entwined in a web of violence and fragile allegiances. The battle was merely a prelude, an invitation to the greater drama that lay ahead, one that would test our hearts and souls, pull us deeper into the abyss of power, and bind us ever more tightly in an unbreakable cycle of rivalry and hope. And with that, the clock ticked on, marking the passage of time we could never reclaim, sending us further into the storm. The echo of distant bells rang through the air, a haunting melody that clashed with the thick tension swirling in the heart of the city, a city long steeped in conflict, now poised on the precipice of something darker. I stood there, my breath hitching in my throat, feeling the weight of history pressing down upon me like an iron shackle. This was no ordinary moment, it was an awakening, a gathering storm. The sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows across cobblestone streets, whispering secrets of battles fought and lives lost. I could almost hear the ghosts, their sighs blending with the wind. In the marketplace, the air was thick with desperation, a palpable fear that seeped through the cracks of every stone building. Merchants shouted, their voices tinged with urgency, while the townsfolk moved like shadows, faces taut with dread. I caught a glimpse of Isabella, her fiery hair a beacon amidst the despair, eyes shimmering with unyielding spirit even as chaos encroached. The Holy League was forming, and with it, the promise of salvation or destruction. She stood with her back straight, defiance etched into her very being. I remember the first time I saw that look, a promise that she was ready to fight, even if it meant losing everything. Then there was Marco, his hands trembling as they clutched a rusted sword, an heirloom passed down through generations, now more a relic than a weapon. His face told a different story, haunted, burdened. I could see his inner turmoil, caught between the man he wanted to be and the coward he feared he'd become. The sword was heavy, both with its past and his doubt. What if I can't? What if I falter? He whispered to me, the words nearly lost in the clamor of the crowd. I wanted to tell him it was okay to be afraid, to falter. But what good are words when the world is spiraling into madness? A scream pierced the air, sharp and raw, slicing through the suspense like glass. A figure fell, crumpling to the ground, and silence swallowed the marketplace whole. My heart thundered, a wild beast in a cage. Families clutched their children, eyes wide, hearts racing. The moment stretched, suspended in time, a breath held too long. And then, like the release of a dam, chaos erupted. Shouts of alarm turned into cries for help, the ground beneath us shook with the weight of 1,000 fears. I could feel the panic crawling up my spine, a cold sweat trickling down my back. Marco stumbled beside me, his grip on the sword tightening, knuckles white. I can't look away, he murmured, and I understood. We were trapped in this moment together, bound by the urgency of now. As the crowd surged, I spotted Isabella again, her face fierce, determined. She was moving toward the source of the chaos, a light guiding the lost. I could see it in her eyes, a flicker of hope amidst despair. "You coming?" she called, voice unwavering, filled with something I had long abandoned, belief. I hesitated. What if we don't make it? The question hung, a specter over us, but she smiled, a reckless grin that dared the universe to challenge us. In the distance, shadows gathered, men cloaked in darkness, their intentions as murky as the night creeping in. My heart raced, a relentless drumbeat urging me forward, even as my instincts screamed to retreat. I remember the stories of old, tales of heroes and villains, battles fought under the watchful gaze of starry skies. And here we were, mere mortals thrust into an epic that felt larger than life. "Isabella!" I shouted, catching up just as she reached the front lines. The sight before us was a tableau of terror, men with swords drawn, ready to spill blood in the name of a cause that felt as distant as the stars. "You can't do this," I urged, panic clawing at me. But she turned, fierce and alive, a tempest in human form. "If not us, then who?" The word struck me, igniting a fire within. For too long, I had let fear anchor me in place. Marco stepped forward, sword raised, though it wavered in his grip. "We fight together," he declared, voice trembling but resolute. I could see the conflict raging within him, the man he wanted to be fighting against the boy who had always run. There was a fragility to his determination, but it was enough, a flicker in the darkness that gave me courage. All around us, the air crackled with tension, an electric charge promising violence. It felt as though the very fabric of the world was fraying at the edges, threatening to unravel. I could almost taste the fear, metallic and bitter, and the sweat trickling down my brow only amplified the urgency. If we did not act, if we did not seize this fleeting moment, it would slip through our fingers like sand. "Remember what we stand for!" Isabella's voice rose above the din, a battle cry echoing through the chaos, rallying us as if she were a queen commanding her army. I remember her words wrapping around me, a lifeline thrown amidst the tide of despair. They were more than just words, they were promises of what could be, a new dawn on the horizon, if only we dared to grasp it. In that moment, we were no longer mere mortals, we became symbols of defiance. The shadows hung heavy, but we stood tall, hearts pounding in unison. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, igniting a fire that threatened to consume me. We would not go quietly into the night. The battle was upon us, a reckoning that would either shatter us or forge us anew. And as the first clash of steel rang out, a violent symphony of chaos, I realized there was no turning back. This was the emergence of the Holy League, a turning point written in blood and sacrifice, and with each heartbeat, I surrendered to the storm. Together, we charged into the fray, souls intertwined in a dance of desperation and hope, the line between hero and coward forever blurred in the crucible of conflict. The night loomed larger than life, a canvas splattered with the colors of our choices, and still, the echoes of that moment haunted me, forever lingering in the shadows of time. We became the stories worth telling, woven into the fabric of history, and I remembered, oh, how I remembered, every heart-wrenching choice leading us into darkness, where a flicker of light dared to emerge. The air crackled with tension, a silence so thick it felt like a shroud, wrapping around the weary souls of those gathered. The flickering torches cast dancing shadows, their light barely managing to illuminate the grim faces before me, each etched with the weight of betrayal and ambition. The Council of Venice was not just a gathering of men, it was a cauldron of desperation, where whispers of power and dreams of dominion simmered just below the surface. I stood there, heart racing, pulse throbbing, as if the very walls were closing in, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I remember the feeling of dread, the clinking of armor like distant thunder, foretelling a storm that had already begun to brew, a storm of greed, envy, and old scores to settle. The room was a battlefield of its own, each face an enemy masked in friendship, each voice a dagger hidden beneath silk. I remember Giovanni, his hands trembling, an iron grip on his goblet of wine. His eyes darted from one noble to another, calculating, weighing allegiances like a gambler betting his last coin. Giovanni had the fire of a man who loved fiercely, but love in this world twisted into something monstrous when it mingled with ambition. His heart ached for the glory of Venice, yet he could feel the insidious pull of treachery tightening around his throat. Then there was Lucrezia, her beauty a weapon as sharp as any sword. She entered the room like a tempest, hair flowing like dark clouds, eyes glinting with the promise of storms yet to come. I could see it in her gaze, the unquenchable thirst for power that had turned her spirit into a fierce flame. Yet beneath the surface, there was a flicker of doubt, the fear of becoming a pawn in a game too brutal for her delicate heart. I often caught her staring into the distance, as if searching for the ghost of innocence that had long fled her. I remember her laughter, bright and reckless, echoing off the stone walls, a haunting melody that belied the chaos brewing inside her. "Can you feel it?" she asked me once, her voice low, barely a whisper above the din of scheming men. "The weight of what's to come? It feels as if the air itself is watching us, waiting for us to slip." I nodded, though the truth was more terrifying than she could know. We were all trapped, puppets on strings pulled by unseen hands, and the League of Cambrai was the stage on which our fates would be sealed. The war was not just about territories or riches, it was a struggle for the very soul of Europe. Old alliances were crumbling like brittle parchment, and the spectre of the French crown loomed over us like a dark cloud, promising both salvation and destruction. I could hear the whispers of the past in every corner of that room, the clamor of armies, the cries of the innocent, the laughter of children now silenced by the march of war. The ghosts of those who had fallen before us haunted our every decision, and the choices we made were etched in blood, doomed to repeat the cycle of history. I watched as Giovanni turned to Lucrezia, desperation etched into his features. "We can't let them take our city. We can't let them tear apart what we've built." His voice trembled, cracking under the weight of his resolve. But how do we fight an enemy that wears a friendly face? The question hung between them, a dark spectre that loomed like a malevolent shadow, twisting their hearts tighter. And there it was, the moment of reckoning, the choice that would echo through time. The League of Cambrai was a siren's call, luring us with promises of fortune and strength, yet beneath its alluring surface lay betrayal as cold as steel. Every heart in that room beat with a rhythm of fear and fury, and I could sense the tension shifting, coiling like a serpent ready to strike. "Let them come," Lucrezia finally declared, her voice rising above the murmur of dissent. "Let them try to claim what is ours. We will not be cowed by shadows." With those words, her resolve sharpened, piercing through the fog of uncertainty that surrounded us. I felt a jolt, an electric charge that surged through the air. The warriors within us stirred, and I could almost hear the battle drums echoing in the distance, pulling us toward the inevitable clash that awaited. But in that moment, I glimpsed the fragility of their spirits, the cracks in their armor. Giovanni's passion was both his strength and his weakness, a flame that could either light the way or burn everything to ash. Lucrezia, in all her fierce beauty, danced on the edge of despair, her heart a fragile glass waiting to shatter. I could see the storm gathering, the clouds heavy with rain, and I shivered, knowing the tempest would come crashing down. And then there was the clock, the relentless ticking of time, a reminder that every second counted. Each tick was a heartbeat lost in the chaos, a reminder that decisions made in haste could spell doom. I could almost hear the mocking laughter of fate, taunting us as we played our parts in this grand tragedy. The world outside was alive with anticipation, cities prepared for bloodshed, alliances fraying like old ropes. The League of Cambrai promised unity but birthed discord, each nation a wounded beast, nursing old grudges like festering wounds. I could feel the air shift, charged with the scent of impending violence, and wonder if we were the architects of our own demise. In that fateful moment, beneath the weight of our choices, I found myself caught in a web of emotions, fear, sorrow, and an inexplicable longing for peace in a world poised to erupt. The stage was set, and the players were ready, but the outcome remained a haunting uncertainty, a dance on the edge of a knife. With each breath, we stood on the precipice, staring into the abyss of war, our hearts intertwined in a chaotic ballet of hope and despair. The echoes of our choices would ripple through history, and I knew then that the fight for our souls had only just begun. The world was about to ignite, and we were but sparks waiting to explode, each of us caught in our own spiraling descent into the unknown. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke that curled from the distant flames licking at the sky. I can smell it, a burnt, metallic scent, mingling with the dampness of the earth. It's been days since the first siege, days since the laughter of children faded into whispers of fear. I remember the marketplace, once vibrant, now a ghostly echo of its former self, shadows flickering like whispers of the damned. "Hold the line!" Julia screamed, her voice a fierce, unwavering thread against the chaos. She was a warrior at heart, her strength forged in the fires of loss. Her brother had fought for Padua, and now, his absence carved a jagged hole in her soul. Each clash of swords echoed with his name, each cry of despair a reminder of who she had lost. Julia's heart raced, echoing the drums of war that pounded in her ears. The weight of the world pressed down against her chest, heavy and unyielding. She gripped her sword tighter, knuckles white, breathing in the scent of damp earth mixed with the acrid smoke, each breath a testament of unyielding resolve. Then there was Marco, young, reckless Marco, with laughter that could chase shadows from the darkest corners of the mind. A fool, yes, but a fool with heart. His eyes sparkled with defiance, even as he stood in the midst of chaos, clutching his spear like it was a lifeline. "They will not take our home," he shouted, voice breaking with the weight of his own fear. My heart ached for him, a boy masquerading as a man, caught in the web of fate. The battlefield was an unforgiving teacher, and as the enemy surged forward, each step threatening to swallow him whole, I felt the chill of inevitability creep in. The scent of sweat and fear filled the air, mingling with the distant cries of the wounded. I remember the look on Marco's face when the first arrow struck, a flash of disbelief before the pain registered. Time slowed, each heartbeat stretching into eternity as I watched him falter, blood blooming like a grotesque flower across his chest. "No!" Julia cried, a sound more animal than human, ripping through the heart of the chaos. She fought her way to him, her spirit a wildfire, igniting everything in its path. But the tide of battle surged, a dark wave crashing against the fragile shore of their resolve. "Julia," Marco managed, his voice a whisper, struggling against the weight of his own mortality. I could see him fading, the light in his eyes flickering like a candle against a storm. The world narrowed to that moment, the screams around us fading into a distant hum, leaving only Julia and Marco, entwined in a dance of love and loss. I'm scared," he breathed, and I felt the tremor of his fear sharpen the edges of reality. I remember, Julia's voice trembled, fierce yet tender, when we were children, running through the fields, the memory clung to the air, a fleeting moment of sunshine piercing through the grey despair. We promised we would always protect each other. But promises crumble like old stone under the weight of truth. The battle raged on, the clamor of steel clashing like thunder, a symphony of chaos enveloping them. The enemy surged, a tide that threatened to drown them both. I could see it, feel it, a wave of despair rising, the walls of Padua trembling under the strain of the onslaught. How long could they hold? How many lives would be snuffed out in the name of power? The distant clock tower chimed, each toll a harbinger of doom, an echo that twisted my gut. Time was slipping through our fingers like water, and I was powerless to stop it. "Stay with me!" Julia shouted, her voice rising above the fray, a desperate plea that clawed at the heavens. But even as she fought, I watched helplessly as Marco's breath hitched, the light dimming in his eyes. The shadows were closing in, thick and suffocating. I could feel the weight of despair pressing down on my chest. I remembered a time when laughter echoed through these streets, when hope danced in the sunlight. Was it all just an illusion? A cruel jest of fate? Fight, Marco! For Padua! Her words were a lifeline, a frayed rope tossed into the tempest, but I could see the truth in his face, a dawning realization that sometimes, just sometimes, survival meant letting go. And as the enemy pushed forward, relentless and vicious, I felt a pang of heartbreak, the knowledge that even the fiercest warriors can be brought to their knees. The night deepened, shadows creeping like ghosts through the alleyways. It felt as if the very walls had eyes, watching, judging. I could hear the distant cries of the wounded, a haunting melody that seemed to seep into the stones, etching their pain into the heart of the city. "Remember our dreams, Julia!" Marco gasped, and I could see the flicker of hope in his eyes, a final spark fighting against the encroaching dark. "Don't let them take that from you." And then, silence. A moment suspended in time, as if the universe had paused to bear witness. The air trembled with the weight of unfulfilled promises, as if time itself held its breath. I could feel every heartbeat, every shuddering breath, the weight of despair heavy in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. Julia fell to her knees, a warrior crumpling under the weight of loss. I could hear her sobs, raw and unfiltered, echoing through the night. Each sound a dagger to the heart of hope. I remember when she used to dance barefoot in the rain, laughter spilling from her lips like sunlight. But now, the laughter was drowned in sorrow, the dreams suffocated under the weight of reality. "Fight, Julia! Fight for us! Marco's voice was fading, drifting like leaves caught in a tempest. She looked at him, her heart breaking, shattering into a million fragments that glittered like shattered glass in the moonlight. The battle raged on around them, but in that moment, nothing else existed. Just the two of them, caught in a web of love and loss, time stretching infinitely before them. And just as the storm seemed insurmountable, I felt a surge, an ember of resilience igniting within Julia. She rose, blooded but unbowed, fury blazing in her eyes, a phoenix rising from the ashes of despair. "I will not let your sacrifice be in vain." The words were a battle cry, and even the shadows seemed to recoil from her fury. The tide might have turned, but the battle was far from over. The city of Padua surged with the heartbeat of its defenders, and as the cries of the wounded filled the air, I could feel the pulse, the spirit of a people unwilling to surrender. The siege was only just beginning, but amidst the chaos, a flicker of hope ignited, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit against insurmountable odds. As the night stretched on, the echoes of their struggle intertwined with the fabric of the city, a tapestry woven from threads of love, loss, and relentless hope. And so, the tale continued, a story etched in the stones of Padua, a testament to the defiance that lives within the hearts of those who refuse to let the darkness win. The air crackles like a wild beast, heavy with the scent of sweat and iron, the ground trembling beneath the frantic beat of war drums. I stand there, paralyzed for a heartbeat, watching as the horizon spills crimson, a raw, swollen sky raging against the coming storm. The Battle of Agnadello is not just an event, it is a living, breathing creature, gnashing its teeth and snarling, poised to swallow us whole. My heart pounds in my chest, each thump a countdown to chaos. I remember Marco's face, his green eyes wide with fear as he gripped his sword, knuckles white, fingers trembling around the hilt as if it were the last remnant of hope. "Valeria, if we survive this, I'll take you to the canals. We'll float under the stars, just you and me." His voice was a fragile thread, frayed and almost breaking, but it sparkled with dreams of a future that felt like a fever dream, flickering and elusive. I wanted to believe him. God, did I want to believe him? But the truth was a cruel spectre, lurking in the shadows. We were not floating toward a romantic escape, we were hurtling toward oblivion. The Venetian banners whipped above us, a frantic dance of colors against the dread-laden sky. A part of me wanted to scream, to shatter the silence that weighed down upon us like a heavy fog. I could taste fear, a metallic tang mingling with the bile rising in my throat. Then there was Francesco, standing tall, a rock amidst the chaos. His armor gleamed, but I knew it was just a facade. Inside, he was a tempest, wrestling with demons only he could see. "For honor," he whispered, though I could see the doubt flickering in his eyes, a waning candle in an ocean of shadows. "For Venice." But I knew his heart wasn't in it. He fought for the ghosts of his ancestors, not for the love of the city. He fought to silence the echoing laughter of those who had fallen before him. "Honor." I spat, my voice bitter and sharp. "What does that mean now?" "Honor won't save us from the blades of our enemies. We're nothing but pawns in their game." The words felt like poison on my tongue, dripping with the weight of despair, but I could see the truth in Francesco's eyes, a glimmer of understanding, of shared agony. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that twisted and turned like the souls of the damned. I remembered the stories, the grand tales of Venetian glory, filled with pomp and circumstance. They bathed once a year, sure, but oh, their dreams were as earthy as the muck in the canals. What did that matter now? We were about to be swallowed whole by the relentless tide of war. Then the clash. A thunderous symphony of metal on metal, the world erupting into chaos. I felt the ground shake beneath me, saw men fall like leaves in an autumn storm. Shouts turned into screams, horror painting the air thick and dark. I was swept up in it, the blood-soaked dance of violence igniting every nerve in my body. My sword felt heavy, an anchor pulling me under, yet I swung it desperately, fighting against the tide. Marco was beside me, his eyes wide and wild, filled with a blend of adrenaline and fear. Together, he shouted, a plea and a promise tangled in one. But the ground shifted again, and chaos seized us, pulling us apart like threads fraying at the seam. I could only watch as he lunged forward, a gallant knight in a tragic tale, his form swallowed by the maelstrom. I cried out, but my voice was lost in the cacophony, just another note in the discordant symphony. Francesco, too, was swept into the tide. I saw him cut down a soldier, the glint of his blade slicing through the air like a comet, but the victory was hollow. Each kill hung heavy on him, a chain binding him to a fate he desperately sought to escape. I could see it in his eyes, the same fear that mirrored my own. Would this be the day we became ghosts, mere whispers of a once glorious past? The battle raged on, time dissolving into a chaos of visceral existence. I remember the sound of hearts breaking, the smell of despair thickening the air, and in that moment, it was all too real. For every strike of my sword, I felt the weight of lives lost, futures shattered. I was suffocating in a sea of anguish, the cries of my comrades echoing in my mind, haunting me like a relentless ghost. Then, there it was, an eerie silence, a stillness that draped over the battlefield like a shroud. The din of battle faded, and I found myself on my knees, staring at the ground, the earth stained a deep, dark red. The world around me blurred, flickering like the dying embers of a fire. I knew then, as the sun dipped below the horizon, that Venice was not just a city, it was a fragile illusion, slipping away like sand through my fingers, and we were the last desperate grasp at a fading dream. My breaths came in ragged gasps, the taste of ash and iron bitter in my mouth. I looked up, my gaze searching for Marco, for Francesco, for any semblance of hope. But the battlefield was now a graveyard of dreams, a testament to what once was. I felt the ghosts of the fallen whispering in the rustle of the wind, and I knew the shadows would not let us go. In that moment, as the sky darkened, I realized something profound. It wasn't just Venice that was falling, it was hope. And as I stood there, teetering on the edge of despair, I was left with one haunting question echoing in my heart. Was I fighting for a future, or was I simply trying to outrun the ghosts of the past? The drums began again, a rolling thunder of impending doom, and I felt it in my bones, a pulse, a rhythm, a call to arms. The battle wasn't over, it was only just beginning. I gripped my sword tight, heart racing, blood pounding, knowing that whatever awaited us in the shadows, I would face it, not alone, but with the ghosts of my past, and the hope of a future that flickered like a dying star. The stench of blood hung in the air, thick and cloying, mingling with the acrid smoke that curled from the torches illuminating the courtyard. A figure stood at the center, arms crossed, the weight of a kingdom pressing down on his shoulders. Lorenzo, the Duke of Florence, was a man caught between duty and desire, a puppet master whose strings tangled in the lives of others. His heart beat wildly, a relentless drum echoing the chaos around him, the clamor of men preparing for war, their faces reflecting rage and fear in equal measure. I remember that night, how the moon climbed high, an indifferent observer to the brutality unfurling below. I felt the shadows creeping, clawing at me, whispering of betrayal and ambition, and I was drawn into the fray, heart racing, caught in the tempest of his mind. The Duke had always prided himself on being a man of virtue, but virtue was a fragile construct in the cruel theatre of politics. Machiavelli's lessons seeped from every pore, each word a dagger aimed at the heart of morality. The eyes of the crowd fixed upon Lorenzo, expecting a warrior, a savior, but they did not see the man trembling beneath the weight of his choices. "Show them who you are," whispered a familiar voice from the sidelines. Beatrice, fierce and unyielding, had always been his anchor, a force of nature, whose spirit burned brighter than the flames that licked the edges of the castle walls. She was a woman molded by fire, her heart a battlefield of her own. Love and loyalty tangled within her, a gnarl of emotions that threatened to tear her apart. They need to believe in you. But belief is a cruel master. I remember the way her hands clenched into fists, the desperation lacing her words. They had danced together once, under a tapestry of stars, free from the shackles of power, but those days felt like a distant dream now, evaporating in the heat of conflict. The air crackled with tension, and with it, the pain of unspoken words lingered, echoing in the silence between their breaths. "Lorenzo," she implored, and the sound of her voice sliced through the chaos, "you must be the monster they fear. It's the only way to survive." His breath hitched, the truth of it gnawing at him. The world had turned against him, and the ghosts of ambition clawed at his mind, urging him to embrace the darkness. But what of the people? He murmured, his voice barely a whisper, lost amid the cacophony. What of the people? She scoffed, eyes blazing like the torches that flickered in the night. They don't care for your morals. They care for power. Give them a tyrant, and they will follow. Show them strength, and they will forget your past. But the past cannot be forgotten, it churns within, a silent spectre haunting every decision. The echoes of Machiavelli's teachings resonated in the depths of his consciousness. A ruler must be both loved and feared, he recalled, but the balance was a tightrope walk over a chasm of betrayal. Every heartbeat was a reminder, fear is an ally, but love? Love is a dangerous weapon. Lorenzo! The voice sliced through the night again, more urgent this time. It was Girolamo, a man of faith twisted and turned into a man with ambition. His faith now lay in the arsenal of warfare, his heart a battleground of righteousness versus the insatiable hunger for power. We must strike first. The enemy gathers like vultures, waiting for the weak to falter. The Duke's chest tightened. Girolamo's wild eyes glinted under the moonlight, a desperate plea wrapped in fervor. Shadows danced on the edges of his sanity, time slipping through his fingers like fine sand. What is the price of this power? Lorenzo asked, his voice ragged with doubt. Each word felt like a weight, pressing down upon his very soul. Everything and nothing, Girolamo replied, fervor igniting his tone. You must be willing to sacrifice the heart to save the body. Your name will live in glory or infamy, but either way, it will be remembered. The shadows grew longer, coiling around them like serpents, whispering secrets that tasted of iron and ash. Beatrice's hand brushed against his, grounding him, but even her warmth felt like a distant star, too far to reach, too bright to touch. Choose wisely, she murmured, the fear in her eyes a mirror to his own. And in that moment, I remember a world unraveling. The Duke of Florence stood at a precipice, a man poised between the whispers of ambition and the cries of his people. He was a lover turned warrior, a friend turned foe, a ruler forced to don the mask of the monster. He felt the weight of Machiavelli's philosophy wrapping around his heart like a vice. Politics was war, and war, politics. In the distance, horns blared, a deafening sound that shattered the silence. The clash of steel on steel echoed against the stone walls, a symphony of chaos that rose to a fever pitch. Lorenzo's heart raced, a wild animal trapped within the confines of his chest. The battlefield awaited, and with it, the ghosts of those he would have to sacrifice. Would he choose to be the monster? Blood will cloud the fields tonight, Beatrice whispered, her breath warm and heavy against his skin. But it must be done. For them. For us. The weight of her words lingered, a promise and a curse wrapped in one. As they stepped into the fray, shadows twisted into shapes of those they loved and lost. Each step forward was a step deeper into darkness, an acceptance of the brutal truth that in the harsh light of power, love often falters. I remember the sounds of war that night, screams fused with laughter, hope crushed beneath the boot of ambition. The roles blurred, a haunting dance of morality and survival. As Lorenzo faced the enemy, his resolve hardened. Somewhere deep inside, he understood, Machiavelli was right. To rule was to wield power like a sword, sharp and unforgiving. And just like that, the world burst into flames. Every heartbeat echoed through the chaos, a reminder that in the theater of politics and warfare, love and betrayal would always collide, threading a tapestry heavy with the weight of choices made and paths taken. As dawn broke, it cast a pale light over the battlefield. The next chapter loomed, waiting to be written in blood and ambition, as the stage was set for an even greater conflict, one that would test the very core of what it meant to be human. The first crack of thunder sent a chill racing through the crowded streets of Naples. The air hung thick with anticipation, pregnant with the scent of rain and fear. I stood there, breathless, as the bells of San Gennaro tolled, a mournful echo reverberating through the cobblestones. Shadows danced, flickering like memories poised on the edge of oblivion. This was a city on the brink, a stage for chaos where loyalty was a fickle ghost and the past whispered dark secrets into the night. In that very moment, I saw her, Isabella, fierce as the tempest brewing above. Her eyes, pools of fire, dared the heavens to strike her down. She clutched a dagger, its blade glinting ominously, reflecting the turmoil surrounding her. This was no ordinary woman. She had the heart of a lion, the spirit of a phoenix, yet she walked a tightrope above a chasm of despair. A noblewoman turned warrior, Isabella fought not just for Naples but for the fractured pieces of her own soul, torn between duty to her family and the burning desire for freedom. "I remember," she whispered, "when the sky was clear and the world made sense." A fleeting smile, then shadows returned to claim her face. Then there was Matteo, the soldier, haunted yet determined. He stood a few paces away, his jaw clenched, eyes scanning the horizon for an enemy that resembled his own demons. Once a farmer, he traded the tranquility of tilled earth for the clamor of swords, believing nobility could save his family. "I remember," he muttered, "the taste of bread baked with love, the laughter of children." But those memories were fading like smoke, and he feared they would disappear entirely with Naples engulfed in flames. The sky cracked again, and rain began to fall, hard, relentless, the kind that bathed the streets in a shroud of despair. Soldiers scurried like rats, their armor heavy with the weight of decisions that could change everything. It had begun. The Spanish were nearly at the gates, their intentions as murky as the storm clouds that churned above. They came armed with promises of glory, but all I could see were specters, death, betrayal, and the very real possibility of losing everything. Matteo's heart thundered in his chest. He could taste the metal of fear, feel it mingle with the taste of sweat and adrenaline. "What is it worth?" he shouted into the roar of the storm, his voice cracking like thunder itself. "What is glory when it costs everything we love?" The question hung in the air, a fragile glass ornament ready to shatter. But Isabella, firebrand that she was, would not let the darkness consume them. "We fight," she screamed, her voice slicing through the rain. "We fight for our city, for every child who dreams beneath this unyielding sky. We fight for hope." Each word was a lifeline thrown into the abyss, and the soldiers rallied, ignited by her passion. They knew defeat could mean execution or worse, being forgotten entirely. Yet, hope felt like a distant echo, mingling with the ghosts of those who had dared to dream before them. As the hours dragged on, tension hung thick in the air, heavy as the clouds overhead. Night fell, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch infinitely, intertwining with the hopes and fears of the city. It was a night where every heartbeat seemed to synchronize with the pulse of history, where decisions would be made in the dim light of flickering torch flames. Isabella prepared for the confrontation, her dagger a reflection of her resolve. The chill of the blade matched the cold grip of fate that held them all in thrall. She caught Matteo's eye, and for a fleeting moment, their souls touched, two flawed beings caught in a tempest of their own making. She saw the weight of his doubts, the fear creeping into the corners of his thoughts, and it made her heart ache. "Stay with me, Matteo," she urged, her voice low and steady, like the calm before the storm. "Together, we can forge our own fate." But the truth was, none of them were ever truly free. They were all prisoners of their choices, of the looming darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. Then, the moment arrived. A thunderous crash, a clash of steel, the Spanish soldiers surged forth like a wave crashing against the shore. The air crackled with energy, the scent of sweat and iron mingled with the rain. Hearts raced, fear and fury intermingling like lovers caught in a violent embrace. Isabella plunged into the fray, her dagger singing, a siren's call to the warriors around her. "Remember why we fight," she cried, and the very sound of her voice seemed to lift them above the chaos, a beacon guiding them through the darkness. But the ground was slick, and the shadows were long, the line between hero and villain blurred like the edges of a dream. Chaos erupted, and Matteo found himself face to face with his own nightmare, a Spanish soldier, eyes wild, a bloodlust shining through the rain-soaked night. He hesitated, the moment stretching, time bending like fate itself. "I remember," he gasped, the faces of his family flashing before him, each one a ghost that cried out for him to live, to fight, to claim the future that had been denied them all. But with the thrust of his blade, he felt the pulse of history coursing through him, and in that instant, he became more than just a man, he became a part of something bigger, a movement, a flame flickering against the darkest night. But Isabella and Matteo were just two souls in a city that groaned under the weight of conquest, a city that would never forget, neither the bloodshed nor the shadows that danced in the twilight. And as the battle raged on, the heartbeat of Naples resounded, a relentless echo through the ages, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope flickered stubbornly like the last candle in a storm. And as I stood there, surrounded by the noise, the chaos, the desperate pulse of humanity, I knew we were all just shadows in this grand play, puppets dancing to the tune of history, a history that was still unfolding, still waiting to be written. Somewhere in the heart of Italy, beneath a shroud of darkness, the air vibrated with the tension of a coiled spring. A single candle flickered, casting shadows that danced like specters against the stone walls of a war room, where hearts pounded like war drums, fast, erratic, electric. I could almost taste the fear, metallic and bitter, clinging to my tongue. It was no ordinary night. It was the eve of chaos, the night before Francis I would unleash his fury upon the land. I remember the tension. I remember it like a lingering ghost, a memory that clings to your throat, choking you with its weight. The men gathered around the oak table, their faces drawn tight, eyes glimmering with nerves. Among them, Lucien, a soldier forged in the fires of his own insecurities. He hated war, but it was war that made him feel alive. Each scar on his skin was a badge of honor, yet each represented a moment he wished to forget. Tomorrow, Lucien whispered, his voice cracking like dry parchment. Tomorrow, we march into hell. His hands trembled, fingers tracing the hilt of his blade. Each stroke was a prayer, a plea for courage, perhaps a desire for an end that he couldn't voice. Across the room, Isabella hovered like a spectre, the only woman in a sea of men. Her heart was a battlefield of its own, torn between duty and desire. A healer by trade yet a warrior by choice, she had stitched wounds and whispered comfort in the dark. But tonight, her thoughts were a tempest. What if Lucien did not return? The weight of that thought pressed against her chest like a stone, suffocating. Lucien, she said, her voice a soft tremor, pulling him from his reverie. You won't die. You can't leave me. No, she wasn't afraid of ghosts, the living terrified her, their choices, their fates twisted by fate's cruel hand. I'm no ghost, Lucien replied, an uneasy smile ghosting his lips. I plan to haunt you for a long time. The laughter that followed felt hollow, a fragile attempt to fill the void of uncertainty that loomed over them. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and in that gaze, 1,000 unspoken words floated like leaves on a turbulent river. The clock in the corner struck midnight, its chime echoing through the room like a death knell. The sound reverberated off the stone walls, drowning out their whispered hopes, marking the moment where innocence slipped away and despair stalked the land. Outside, the wind howled, fingers of cold creeping through the cracks, a foreboding omen of the storm that would arrive with dawn. And then there was Charles, a man caught between loyalty to his king and the raw reality of bloodshed. His hands, once clean and soft, were now stained with the remnants of slaughter. He was a man of paradoxes, a coward masquerading as a hero, wishing for glory yet fearing the very shadows he cast. He stood, arms crossed, watching Lucien and Isabella, a knot of envy tightening within him. Why couldn't he have that connection? Why couldn't he feel something beyond the dull ache of worry? Why do you fight? He spat, the words bitter and sharp. What's worth dying for? A crown? A king? Or perhaps, for love? The last word hung in the air, heavy, like the blade poised above their heads. The silence that followed was deafening, each heartbeat a reminder of choices they had made. Love is the only thing worth fighting for, Lucien said, a fierce light igniting within him. It's the only thing that keeps us human. He glanced at Isabella, her gaze a lifeline he desperately clung to. But Charles, feeling the heat of shame rising in his chest, turned away. Love? It's just a pretty notion for fools. The disdain dripped from his voice, but beneath the bravado lay a well of longing, an ache for a life lived in color rather than shades of gray. Outside, the night fell deeper, wrapping the world in a cloak of uncertainty. The soldiers whispered prayers to gods that felt distant and indifferent. Shadows stretched long and ominous, a dark tide ready to swallow them whole. Every crackle of the fire spoke of the past, of brothers lost, of dreams shattered. And with each passing moment, the anticipation grew like a storm building on the horizon, palpable and electric. I remember the scent of burning wood, the taste of salt from the tears that fell unnoticed. I remember the weight of dread pinching at their hearts. Tomorrow, the sun would rise not with light but with the clamor of battle, the screams of the fallen echoing through the valleys. Lucien stepped closer to Isabella, their hands brushing briefly, a moment of warmth in an otherwise frigid world. "If I don't return," he vowed, "a promise, a curse, know that I fought for you. You are my reason." The intensity of his gaze pierced through the shadows, igniting a flame in her heart that flickered with hope and fear in equal measure. But as the hour drew close, a chill swept through the air, sending shivers down their spines. The walls felt like they were closing in, the weight of history heavy upon them, a reminder of the destinies they were bound to. They were players in a game far greater than themselves, pawns in a war that demanded sacrifice. And as they braced for the dawn, the flicker of the candle extinguished, leaving them cloaked in darkness. With it, an unspoken unity settled among them, a bond forged in the fires of uncertainty, love, and desperation. The clock continued its relentless ticking, a countdown to chaos. Outside, the moon hung like a watchful eye, its silver glow illuminating the path that lay ahead. Tomorrow would bring bloodshed, but right now, in this moment of stillness, they were alive, breathing, tethered by their choices. As the darkness pressed in, hearts raced, and breaths quickened, dread and hope entwined like lovers in a desperate embrace. And so, they stood, shoulders touching, ready to face the unknown. The world beyond awaited, sprawling like a canvas ready to be painted in crimson. What awaited them was a tempest, a collision of the heart and blade, a reckoning of love and loss, where shadows danced, and echoes of the past whispered secrets into the night. The ground trembles beneath my feet, a heartbeat drumming like a war cry echoing through the veins of Pavia. The air is thick with smoke and fear, heavy with the metallic tang of blood, a smell that gnaws at the edges of my sanity. I remember the sun, once a beacon of hope, now a blistering eye glaring down on the chaos unfolding below, illuminating the grim tableau of men locked in mortal combat. Swords clash, cries of rage and agony intertwine, and amidst the cacophony, I hear my own heartbeat, frantic and wild, drowning in the tumult. I see him, Francis, King of France, dismounted, surrounded by a sea of armored foes. His golden hair, once a crown of brilliance, is now a tarnished halo, smeared with the dust of battle and the sweat of desperation. He fights with a ferocity that ignites something primal within me. I can almost taste his fear, I can almost feel his heart pounding against my own chest. There is no grandeur in this moment, only the raw, visceral reality of survival. I will not be a prisoner, he seems to whisper to himself, yet the tide is turning, and the shadows of defeat loom larger. Then, in an instant, it happens. An enemy warrior, fierce and relentless, breaks through his defenses, and I can see the cold glint of steel aimed straight at Francis's heart. Time fractures, it bends to my will as I lunge forward, but it's not enough. I remember the helplessness that grips my throat, squeezing tighter as I watch him stumble back, his sword falling from his fingers like a lost hope. The sounds of battle blur, a fading symphony as I am catapulted into the depths of his despair. In the ghastly silence that follows, I see him kneel, crushed under the weight of defeat, yet still regal, still defiant. He raises his chin, that proud silhouette against the chaos. I will not be broken. The words hang in the air, thick with desperation and bravado, a mantra against the encroaching darkness. But as Hans, rough and merciless, sees him, twisting his arms behind his back, I realize the weight of his resolve may shatter like glass. And then there's the other side, Charles vs. men, their faces grim and resolute, a cruel satisfaction dancing in their eyes. They are not just soldiers, they are ghosts birthed from the hunger for power, shadows of their own insecurity, and their jubilant shouts cut through the air like blades. I can see one man in particular, a fierce captain with scars etched deep in his skin, who thrives on the agony of others. He revels in this moment, his laughter a chilling melody that sends shivers down my spine. Another king brought low, he jeers, and I despise him with every fiber of my being, even as I recognize the pain that fuels his laughter. I remember the stories I've heard, the tales of kings and glory, of victories that echo through history. But this is not glory, this is a visceral reminder of fragility. I stand in the shadows, a mere witness to the unraveling, my heart thrumming with something akin to rage, a deep yearning to change the course of fate. Yet here I am, powerless, shackled by the weight of the moment. Francis's eyes meet mine, a fleeting connection that pierces through the haze of chaos. There's a flicker of recognition, and in that gaze, I see his defiance, his strength wavering yet unyielded. "You will not forget me," he seems to promise, though the shadows coil tighter around him. I want to scream, to tear through the fabric of this reality, but the world spins on, deaf to my pleas. The prisoners are shackled now, herded like cattle through the smouldering ruins of Pavia. Their despair is palpable, a damp blanket of sorrow that suffocates hope. Francis walks among them, pride swallowed by the weight of loss, the armor of dignity now a mere facade. I watch as he stumbles, his footsteps heavy with the burden of his title. What does it mean to be a king if the crown is forged from iron chains? What does it mean to lead when you are bound to the ground? I remember whispers of freedom, dreams fluttering just out of reach. I can almost touch them, feel their warmth against my skin, yet here I stand, straining against the invisible bonds of fate. The sun is setting, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers across the battlefield, and I tremble, not from the cold but from the haunting realization that history will not remember the cries of the defeated. In the midst of the crowd, I catch sight of a familiar face, one that has shared both laughter and sorrow with Francis. He is a steadfast knight, loyal to the core, yet I see the cracks forming in his resolve as he watches the king, a storm brewing in the depths of his courage. "You should have fled," he shouts, desperation coloring his voice, but Francis shakes his head, a silent declaration of loyalty that pierces the night. "A king does not abandon his people," he replies, and the weight of that truth hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. The night deepens, cloaking Pavia in a shroud of darkness, and I feel the chill creep into my bones. The captives are herded toward the city, each step echoing like the tolling of a bell, a dirge for what has been lost. I look at Francis, his shoulders, once broad and unyielding, now stooped under the weight of his reality. His dreams, his ambitions, crumbling like ash in the wind. And still, I can't look away. I remember the warmth of his laughter, the promise of a better tomorrow. Now, it feels like a cruel joke played by the fates. As the gates of the city close behind them, sealing in the echoes of despair, I stand frozen, caught in an eternal moment of longing and fear. The darkness encroaches, but the flicker of hope refuses to be extinguished. They may bind my body, but my spirit is free. Francis's words ripple through the air, a haunting melody clinging to the fading light. Tomorrow will come with its own burdens, its own battles. I cannot move, I am anchored here, in this moment, this chaos. The battle may have ended, but the war within me rages on, a tempest stirring with every heartbeat. I remember the weight of shadows, the echo of loss, and the flicker of defiance, and I know this story is not over. The chains may bind the body, but the spirit, oh, the spirit remains untamed, waiting for the dawn. Silence hung heavy, like a dense fog clinging to the cobblestone streets of Madrid, a silence that vibrated with the unsaid, with the tension simmering beneath the surface. I stood there, heart pounding, a mere spectator to the political storm swirling around me, the air thick with the scent of sweat and fear, a sharp contrast to the fragrant blossoms that lined the courtyard. I remember the sweat pooling at the nape of my neck, the way it dripped like molten lead down my spine, a reminder that history was not just written in books, but felt in every heartbeat, every breath. The flickering torchlight cast shadows that danced grotesquely on the ancient walls, twisting and turning as if trying to escape the grim fate that loomed over us. I remember the faces of those gathered, their eyes wide with a mix of desperation and hope. Among them, there was Manuel, a diplomat whose sincerity was as palpable as the trembling hands he tried to hide. His voice, quavering yet resolute, sliced through the tension. "We must reach an agreement tonight, or the blood of innocents will stain the ground." The weight of his words hung in the air, a chilling premonition that echoed the fears of an entire nation. And then there was Elena, a woman forged in the fires of passion and pain. Her eyes, deep pools of determination, were locked onto Manuel, an unspoken connection binding them in that fraught moment. I could see her heart reflected in her gaze, raw and vulnerable, an unyielding spirit wrapped in layers of vulnerability. The ghost of her past haunted her, a family shattered by war, a love lost in the chaos. "What are we willing to sacrifice?" she urged, and her question pierced the silence, demanding an answer that none of us were prepared to give. The clock's hands ticked mercilessly, each stroke a countdown to disaster. I remember the way time seemed to stretch and bend, like the thin skin of a drum taut before it bursts, resonating with the tension that filled the room. Outside, the streets whispered secrets of impending violence, shadows of soldiers moving with purpose, their hearts hardened by the weight of their duty. The air crackled with uncertainty, like the charged atmosphere before a storm. Every moment wasted is a step closer to ruin, Manuel pressed, his voice rising, fueled by fear and determination. I could see the lines etched on his forehead deepening, a testament to the sleepless nights spent grappling with the burdens of diplomacy. He was flawed, unassuming, yet his passion ignited something within me, an admiration for a man willing to stand against a tide of despair, even when it threatened to drown him. Elena's gaze shifted to the window, where the moon hung low and heavy, a ghostly witness to the unfolding drama. "The world is watching us," she whispered, her voice barely a breath above the stillness. It was true, our decisions would ripple through time, affecting countless lives, the weight of that truth pressing down like a leaden cloak. I could feel her fear clawing at the edges of her resolve, a haunting specter whispering doubts. What if they failed? What if their dreams of peace disintegrated into chaos? Tension crackled like electricity, filling the air with a sickening sweetness. I remember the way my stomach churned, as if it understood the gravity of the moment far better than my racing thoughts. We were standing on the precipice, the abyss yawning beneath us, and yet, against all odds, a flicker of hope sparked, fragile, trembling, but alive. "Let us not forget why we are here," I murmured, attempting to anchor the moment in something tangible. "For the children who play in the streets, for the families who deserve a future." I watched as Manuel and Elena exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing between them, a vow to fight for something greater than themselves. Outside, the distant sounds of drums began to roll, a sinister rhythm echoing the pulse of the city. It was the march of soldiers, the harbingers of nightmares unleashed. Fear licked at my heels, urging me to turn away, to seek refuge in ignorance. But the faces around me, those etched with desperation, with hope, anchored me, tethered me to this moment, this reality where every decision could tip the balance between peace and pandemonium. I could see the shadows swirling in the corners of the room, flickering specters of doubt creeping in, whispering warnings that gnawed at the edges of reason. The tension morphed into something palpable, a living entity that wrapped its fingers around my throat, squeezing tighter with each passing second. As Manuel and Elena began to speak, their voices melding into a powerful chorus, I felt the room shift. Something monumental was brewing, a storm of emotion and resolve, of fears laid bare and hopes clutched tightly. The vibrations of their words coursed through the air, transforming despair into a resolute determination. I remember thinking this was the heartbeat of history, the moment everything could change, and yet the fear simmered just beneath the surface, a reminder of what was at stake. "Do you believe in the power of words?" Elena asked, her voice fierce, the fire in her eyes igniting something within us all. "In the promise of an agreement? In the possibility of peace?" Her question hung in the air, suspended like a haunting melody, resonating deep within the caverns of our souls. I could hear the echoes of the past, a chorus of dreams shattered, lives lost, and yet, in that moment, I dared to hope. I dared to believe that perhaps, just perhaps, we could weave a new tapestry from the frayed threads of our histories, one that didn't end in bloodshed but in a fragile peace that could cradle the future. But the clock continued its relentless march, the chime of each hour a reminder of the urgency pressing down on us. The specter of failure loomed, an unseen ghost lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment when resolve would waver, when fear would seize the hearts of the brave. As the tension reached its zenith, I could feel the air crackle with electricity, a static charge that threatened to ignite. In that instant, the world outside fell away, leaving only the raw, unfiltered essence of humanity, fear and hope, despair and resolve, the heart of a city teetering on the brink of transformation. And then the door burst open, an intruder stepping into the charged atmosphere, a messenger bearing news that could change everything. The moment hung suspended, like the breath held in anticipation, and I braced myself for the imminent storm. The moon hung low over Milan, a silver dagger poised above the city, its light cutting through the shadows like a whisper of judgment. A scream shattered the stillness, echoing through the cobbled streets, as gasping breaths danced in the cold, damp air. I remember that moment, the palpable tension, the taste of fear thick as fog, wrapping around each soul like a suffocating shroud. Within the heart of this chaos, three figures stood at the brink of despair, their fates entwined by the invisible threads of ambition and betrayal. Giovanni, a young nobleman with dreams larger than his station, felt the weight of his family's legacy on his shoulders, a crushing burden. Every heartbeat screamed for glory, for recognition, but the Habsburg influence crept into his life like a thief in the night. He felt its cold fingers brushing against his ambitions, choking the fire within. What is a man without power, he would ask himself, while shadows whispered deceit in his ear. He'd spent nights scrawling plans under flickering candlelight, his hands trembling with excitement and dread, but every line was a reminder of his insignificance in the grand chess game of empires. Then there was Isabella, fierce and proud, a woman whose fiery spirit danced like a flame fighting for survival against the winds of oppression. The Habsburgs' rise sent tremors through her very soul, a furious injustice that ignited her heart. She stood on the balcony of her family's palazzo, the city sprawling beneath her like a canvas of suffering, a masterpiece painted in shades of despair. "They will come for us," she declared, her voice cracking yet resolute, as she stared into the night, the stars above twinkling with a cruel indifference. "But I will not bend. I will not break." Her blood coursed with the ancient defiance of her ancestors, and yet, she questioned, would her fire be enough against the storm? And what of Lorenzo, the watchful observer, a scholar with a heart heavy with the weight of knowledge? In the shadows, he felt the pulse of history, its rhythm a haunting dirge. "I remember the whispers in the library," he would say, as if the very air craved release, "the tales of power and betrayal that shaped this land." He had seen the Habsburgs' ambition weave through Italy like a serpent, coiling tighter with each passing day. He could taste the irony in their rise, the potency of their greed. "What is a scholar but a witness to despair?" he mused, as his pen scratched furiously against parchment, chronicling the sins of men who would reshape the world for their gain. Each character ached with their own scars, their paths colliding with the force of a tempest. The streets of Milan became their battleground, a cacophony of clashing desires, each pulse of the city reverberating with their pain. Giovanni's heart raced as he stumbled upon Isabella, her fierce eyes igniting something deep within him. "Are you a warrior or a fool?" he challenged, his voice trembling with the weight of his own doubts. She met his gaze, unflinching. "Perhaps both, but at least I fight." In that moment, an electric spark ignited between them, a connection forged in shared defiance. But the Habsburgs were a looming shadow, their presence seeping into every corner of their lives, a threat they could not escape. In the corners of the city, whispers turned into roars. The Habsburgs were not just invaders, they were architects of despair, shaping the destinies of those too weak to resist. Giovanni's ambitions twisted into a noose, tightening around his throat with each passing day. Isabella's rebellion became a desperate cry, echoing through the alleys, a battle cry for the souls drowning in silence. Lorenzo, with his quill as his sword, watched as history unfurled before him, a tapestry woven with threads of hope and despair, a macabre dance of fate. "I remember the moment hope turned to ash," he would say, his voice thick with sorrow. "We stand on the precipice, teetering between survival and annihilation." And yet, there was beauty in the chaos. The skyline of Milan, silhouetted against the night, was both haunting and breathtaking. Stars winked down like ancient guardians, oblivious to the struggles below. The vibrant markets, bustling with life, hid the desperation behind smiles, the laughter echoing like a fragile promise amid the despair. Giovanni and Isabella found solace in stolen moments, the intensity of their connection igniting a fire that neither could contain. "Do you believe in destiny?" he would ask, his eyes searching hers. "Or are we just pawns in a game we cannot understand?" "Perhaps we are both," she would reply, her voice a fierce whisper, "but I refuse to let destiny write my end." The stakes rose higher, each day a new battle, the weight of the Habsburg influence pressing down upon them like a heavy shroud. The conflict simmered, unseen but ever present, a storm gathering force on the horizon. It was then that the clock struck midnight, each chime resonating through the air, a countdown to chaos. As if summoned by fate, the Habsburgs' emissaries strode into Milan, their presence a dark cloud obscuring the moonlight. The air crackled with tension, hearts racing in unison. Giovanni, Isabella, and Lorenzo faced the unknown, their paths colliding in a moment that would change everything. "We stand on the brink of something terrible," Lorenzo whispered, his gaze tracing the silhouette of the approaching shadows. The confrontation loomed, an emotional climax poised to explode. Fear gripped Giovanni's heart, while Isabella's defiance burned brighter than ever. The stakes had never been higher, and as the moon hung heavy in the sky, they braced themselves for the collision of dreams and nightmares. The rise of the Habsburg influence cast a long shadow over their lives, but in that moment, they became more than mere players in a grand design. They became the architects of their own destiny, each heartbeat echoing with defiance against the dark tide. The city held its breath, teetering on the edge of history, waiting for the storm to break, unaware that in their hearts, the war had already begun. The air crackled, thick and oppressive, as a scream pierced the night, a sound so raw that it vibrated through the cobblestones, echoing against the ancient walls of Milan. It wasn't just a cry, it was the sound of a city on the brink, teetering between chaos and despair. I stood there, breathless, heart pounding like a war drum, as shadows danced under the flickering torches, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. Fear wrapped around me like a shroud, and the taste of iron lingered in my mouth, heavy like the weight of inevitability. I remember Marco, eyes wide, brimming with an unrestrained fury that made his face look almost otherworldly. He was a soldier, a son of this city, forged in the fires of conflict. A soldier who had grown up playing in the alleys, now transformed into a harbinger of violence. In that moment, he was a tempest, a storm ready to unleash its fury upon the world. His hands trembled around the hilt of his sword, the metal glinting ominously in the dim light. "I will not let them take this from us," he shouted, voice cracking as if the very ground beneath him could feel the weight of his resolve. And there was Isabella, a healer with a heart as fierce as any sword, her hand stained not just with the blood of the injured but with the weight of every life she had tried to save. Her brow furrowed as she rushed through the streets, the scent of herbs and desperation swirling around her like a frantic dance. "Marco, stop! You don't have to do this," she cried, her voice slicing through the chaos, desperate and pleading. She knew what awaited, she had seen the aftermath. The lifeless bodies piled like discarded refuse, the ghosts of dreams expired in the dust of war. But Marco's rage burned too hot, consuming not just the enemy but the very fabric of everything they held dear. I remember standing between them, a witness to their fraying bond, feeling the tension sizzle in the air, a precarious balance that felt like a tightrope strung above a chasm. In the distance, I could hear the sounds of marching feet, the clanking of armor, resonating like the heartbeat of an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Milan was crumbling, and it felt as if the walls themselves were weeping, mourning the bloodshed that was to come. Time slipped through our fingers, a cruel trickster, mocking our attempts to hold onto it. I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, the ghosts of every conflict that had come before whispering their warnings. Each footfall of the advancing army was a reminder that the past was never truly buried, it lingered, like a shadow waiting to consume us whole. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a silent witness to the tragedy unfolding below, casting ghostly reflections on the cobblestones, illuminating our fears. "Marco!" Isabella's voice broke again, sharp as glass. "This isn't the way." Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, pooling with the stories of the sick and dying she had held in her arms. She was the heartbeat of hope in a world gone mad, yet her strength was faltering, weighed down by the inevitability of loss. "We can find another way. They're not all monsters." But Marco's face was a tempest, a storm gathering strength. "Monsters? They've come to take everything we love. Our homes, our lives. Do you think they'll show mercy?" His breath was ragged, the fire in his heart igniting a blaze in his words. I could see it now, the conflict waging within him, a battle between love and rage, a struggle that mirrored the war raging outside. I felt the tears slip down my cheeks, the weight of their shared anguish pulling me deeper into the maelstrom. I wanted to scream, to shout that none of this made sense, that we were all standing on the precipice of destruction, but the words lodged in my throat like stones. This war wasn't just about territory, it was about the very souls tethered to this city, the lives woven together in a tapestry of love, loss, and betrayal. The sky darkened further, shadows creeping, as the distant clang of swords began to rise, a sound that should have been a solemn hymn but instead echoed like a funeral dirge. I could feel the tension coil tighter, the air electric with anticipation, pulsating with desperation. Lives hung in the balance, futures teetering on a knife's edge. "Isabella, please." Marco turned, heart laid bare beneath the weight of his conviction. "This is our fight. You know what they'll do if we don't stand. You know what they've done to our neighbors." And in that moment, she faltered, the flicker of doubt crossing her face. She was torn, caught between the man she loved and the horror that love could birth. "I know, Marco, but I can't lose you too." Her voice trembled, and for a brief moment, the world around us faded, leaving only the raw intensity of their connection, their intertwined fates, fragile as the petals of a dying flower. A distant horn blared, a harbinger of doom, and reality rushed back in like a flood, cold and unrelenting. The moment fractured, splintering into a million shards of heartache and hope. I could see the clouds gather above our heads, dark and foreboding, an omen of the storm to come, both within and beyond the walls of Milan. And as the first clash of steel rang out, I knew we were no longer merely witnesses. We were all inextricably bound to this moment, caught in the throes of fate. The city of Milan was not just stone and mortar, it was a living, breathing entity, thrumming with life and death, and we were its children, grappling with the shadows that threatened to consume us. In the heart of that chaos, I clung to the belief that amidst the bloodshed, perhaps there was a flicker of hope. But as I looked into Marco's eyes, I saw the fire that would consume them both. And I wondered, in the depths of my bones, if love could survive the flames of war, or if it would be reduced to ashes, just like the city we fought to protect. The air hung heavy with the scent of desperation, the acrid tang of smoke mingling with the earthy decay of fear. In the streets of Milan, shadows danced like specters, warping the faces of men who had seen too much and yet longed for more. A shout split the air, a sound so raw it could shatter glass, as another wave of Spanish soldiers surged against the walls, their armor glinting like wolves' eyes under the pallid moon. I stood at the edge of the chaos, watching as the hellish tide ebbed and flowed, a relentless surge that threatened to consume everything in its path. I remember the faces, each one a story, a heartbeat, a flicker of life on the brink of extinguishment. There was Antonio, the blacksmith, whose hands crafted swords as deftly as they had forged bonds. He gritted his teeth, each strike against the enemy a testament to his defiance, a cry resonating through the din of battle, for Milan. And each time he shouted, I felt the echoes reverberate through my very bones, a rhythm of hope entwined with hopelessness. His eyes, once bright and fervent, now brimming with a wild, desperate light, were a mirror reflecting the turmoil within us all. Then there was Isabella, the widow who had lost everything, her husband, her dreams, her very will to exist in a world drowning in blood. I saw her in the shadows, moving like a ghost, clutching a tattered banner with the same ferocity as a mother holding her child. I will not yield, she whispered, her voice a fragile thread, woven through the rawness of her grief. The banner fluttered defiantly in the wind, a symbol of resilience, yet I could see the cracks forming beneath her fierce facade. She was the embodiment of sorrow turned into fury, a paradox of vulnerability wrapped in steely determination. As I watched, the battleground morphed into a macabre tapestry, with each soldier a brushstroke of chaos. I felt the rumble of cannons deep within my chest, reverberating as if the earth itself were mourning the loss of innocence buried beneath the rubble. The Spanish, relentless in their tactics, moved with the precision of a deadly dance, their strategies honed to perfection. They became shadows against the walls, their cold, calculating minds plotting every move, every feint, as if history itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable. I remember the whispers among the soldiers, the trepidation lurking in their voices like a dark cloud. What if the walls fall? What if we lose everything? Each question hung in the air, laden with the weight of uncertainty, a reminder that beneath the armor, they too were made of flesh and fear. The siege was not merely a test of strength, it was a brutal examination of the human spirit, a trial where hope and despair danced a macabre waltz. Then came the night, oh, the night! It came like a thief, stealing the last remnants of sunlight, wrapping the city in a cloak of despair and uncertainty. I stood atop a crumbling parapet, watching as the moon cast an eerie glow over the battlefield. Isabella was there beside me, and for a fleeting moment, we shared a silence heavy with unspoken thoughts. "What will become of us?" she murmured, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf in a tempest. I could only shrug, my heart pounding as if echoing her doubts. But the silence shattered with a sudden onslaught. Spanish soldiers surged forward, like a horde of angry specters unleashed from the depths of hell. I could see Antonio, still standing firm, raising his hammer in defiance, a beacon of hope amid the encroaching darkness. My heart raced. I wanted to shout, to join him, but fear wrapped its icy fingers around my throat. I remember the moment when he locked eyes with me, a fleeting connection that spoke of friendship, of shared burdens. "Don't falter," he called out, and it was as if his words ignited a spark within my soul, a fire that dared to burn against the odds. But the Spanish lines tightened, their movements orchestrated like a symphony of death. Suddenly, a scream cut through the night, shrill and piercing, a sound that would haunt my dreams forever. Isabella stumbled then, caught in the chaos, as a soldier, a mere boy, really, clashed with Antonio. The clang of metal echoed, a discordant anthem of survival. I could see the desperation in Isabella's eyes, the fear blossoming like a cruel flower. Time slowed. I was suspended in that moment, the world around us fading as if it were an old parchment beginning to disintegrate. "Antonio!" I yelled, my voice raw, breaking the thick silence. But the battle roared, the walls shook as if they too were terrified of the onslaught. I rushed forward, heart pounding, and saw the glint of steel flash under the moonlight. Antonio stood, battered yet unyielding, his resolve a fortress against the storm. Yet beneath the surface, I felt a different kind of war waging, a struggle deeper than the clash of swords. I was haunted by the very decisions that led us here, where valor danced hand in hand with death. The city, our city, was crumbling around us, and I could almost hear the echoes of our ancestors lamenting the loss of what once was. This was not merely a siege, it was a reckoning, a reminder of the fragility of life, of love, and of the bonds that tether us to one another. As the night roared on, it twisted into a fevered dream of desperation and courage. Each heartbeat became a battle cry, each breath carried the weight of unfulfilled promises. The walls of Milan, once proud and resolute, now trembled under the relentless assault, and with every crack, every shudder, the essence of who we were bled into the ground. I felt the pulse of history thrumming beneath us, an unrelenting force pushing towards an unknown conclusion, yet all I could think about was the faces that might not see another dawn. Amidst the chaos, I recognized the truth. This was not merely a fight for Milan, it was a fight for our very souls. And as dawn approached, promising light yet shrouded in uncertainty, I wondered if we were all merely ghosts, lingering in the shadows of our dreams, haunted by the choices that led us to this very moment. The clang of steel against steel rang through the air like the mournful toll of a church bell, sharp and unforgiving. In the heart of the Swiss Alps, where the mountains met the sky in a jagged embrace, the battlefield was a canvas of chaos, muddy, bloody, and alive with the rage of men. I remember the cold biting into my skin, the harsh taste of fear lacing my throat as I stood there, a mere spectator to a cruel ballet of death. Two figures emerged from the chaos, silhouettes carved against the shadowy backdrop, Alaric and Felix, brothers in arms, bound by fate yet shattered by conflict. Alaric, the older of the two, wore the weight of the world in his eyes, a storm of uncertainty brewing behind a facade of bravado. Each swing of his sword echoed his desperation, a plea for purpose in a world that seemed devoid of it. He was a man chasing ghosts, haunted by the memory of a homeland that felt like a distant memory, a place not just of land, but of laughter, of warmth, of life. Felix, he roared, a primal cry that cut through the din. The younger brother, reckless and wild, had always lived in the moment, an unquenchable thirst for adventure coursing through his veins. But now, in the thick of battle, his eyes glimmered with a fear he could not mask, a fear that this moment might be his last, that the shadow of death was stalking him with an insatiable hunger. "I'm here!" Felix shouted back, yet the sound was swallowed by the cacophony, a mere whisper lost in the tempest. I remember the way he wielded his sword, not with the grace of a dancer, but with the ferocity of a cornered animal, desperate to escape the inevitable. Their mother had once told them stories, tales of knights and heroes bathed in golden glory, their valor immortalized by time. But now, as they fought side by side, those tales felt like distant dreams, twisted by the reality of blood and grime. "It's not about glory anymore," Alaric muttered, barely audible over the clash. "It's about survival." Survival. The word hung heavy in the air, like the scent of smoke curling from burning wood. I could taste the bitter irony on my tongue, a reminder that the Swiss mercenaries, once a symbol of honor, had become mere pawns in a game far beyond their understanding. Each man fought not for king or country, but for a fleeting moment of hope that they would return home, or at least leave behind a legacy worthy of remembrance. In the next breath, a deafening roar erupted, and the earth trembled under the weight of a massive clash. The sound reverberated deep within me, a reminder of the fragility of existence. I felt my heart quicken, each beat sinking with the frenzy of battle, pulsing through me like a drum heralding doom. "Behind you!" I wanted to scream, but my voice was lost amidst the chaos. Alaric's eyes widened as he turned, the world around him slowing, as if time itself conspired to stretch that moment into eternity. Felix, too caught up in his rage, was oblivious, too reckless to hear the warning that echoed in silence. Then came the flash, the glint of a blade slicing through the air, and everything shifted. I remember the sound. It was almost like a whisper, the cruel whisper of fate descending upon them. The life in Felix's eyes dimmed, snuffed out like the flicker of a candle. Alaric's scream pierced the air, raw and visceral, a sound that clawed at the very fabric of my being. It was a sound that shattered the illusion of a hero's journey and exposed the truth that the bond of brotherhood could be severed in an instant, leaving only a gaping wound. "Why?" Alaric fell to his knees, cradling Felix's lifeless form, the snow around them soaking up the warmth of life, turning crimson in the merciless grip of fate. I felt the despair wash over me, a tide that pulled me under, dragging me into the depths of grief and rage. Each heartbeat became a reminder of what was lost, what could have been. But even in the midst of chaos, a flicker of resilience ignited in Alaric. He rose, fury igniting in his veins, for brothers do not fall silently. He became a whirlwind, a tempest unleashed, slicing through enemies with a vengeance that echoed through the mountains. I watched, helpless, as he transformed from a man into a force of nature, each swing of his sword an incantation, each victory a tribute to the brother he could no longer protect. "Leave none standing," he roared, his voice a guttural growl that resonated through the hearts of those who remained, a call to arms fueled by loss, grief morphing into a primal instinct for survival. The mercenaries rallied, driven not just by the need to fight, but by the memory of comrades lost, of ties severed, of lives that mattered. And yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the battlefield, I felt a gnawing dread. The very essence of their struggle pulsed through the air, a reminder that war does not simply claim lives, it devours souls. Each man became a mirror, reflecting the darkness within, the part of themselves that thrived in the chaos, that learned to dance with death. The cries of the fallen filled the air, rising like a haunting melody, a ghostly chorus echoing through the valley. I remember the faces, the fleeting smiles, the dreams once held close, now scattered like ashes in the wind. As darkness enveloped the battlefield, the only light remaining was the flicker of torches, illuminating the ghosts of the past, the echoes of what once was. It was a symphony of despair, a haunting lament for the living and the dead alike, each mercenary now bound not just by loyalty or coin, but by the shared weight of grief and betrayal. Time whispered in the chill of the night, reminding me that though the battle was far from over, the real war raged within, the war against memories, against the shadows of regret that cling like fog, refusing to dissipate. And as I stood there, caught in the thrall of emotion, I felt the earth tremble beneath the weight of their stories, weaving a tapestry of despair and defiance, a relentless reminder of the human spirit's fragility. In the end, amidst the horror and heartache, I understood one irrevocable truth. This was not merely a fight for survival, it was a fight for meaning in a world that seemed devoid of it, a testament to the bonds that tether us to one another, even in the darkest of times. In the silence that followed, a ghost lingered, whispering promises of vengeance and oblivion, a promise that the night was far from over, and that the shadows would continue to haunt those who dared to forget. The bells toll, a haunting lament that pierces the stillness of a Parisian night. I stand on the cobblestones, the cold biting at my skin, and it's as if the city itself is holding its breath. Shadows coil around me, whispering secrets of betrayal, of a kingdom teetering on the precipice of despair. The air is thick with dread, an unyielding tension that wraps around my chest like a serpent, squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. I remember the hushed voices in the tavern, the glimmer of betrayal in eyes that once sparkled with camaraderie. "We must act," they said, their voices low and urgent, as if the very walls had ears, ready to spill our plots into the night. The French Restoration. A phrase that flutters like a moth drawn to a flame, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, promising warmth but threatening to scorch our souls. Then there's Jack, the ever-hopeful dreamer, with his tousled hair and eyes that dance with ambition. I can see him now, pacing the creaky floorboards, the timber groaning beneath the weight of his aspirations. France must rise. She must reclaim what was lost. He bellows, and the wooden beams shudder as if the entire building feels the reverberation of his fervor. But ambition is a double-edged sword, and I can see the fear lurking behind his bravado. Will this restoration be a rebirth or a funeral pyre? And then there's Elise. Oh, sweet, unyielding Elise, with a heart as fierce as a lioness guarding her cubs. She stands fiercely by Jack, yet in her eyes, I detect a flicker of doubt, a darkness that threatens to engulf her. "What if we bring ruin upon ourselves?" she asks, her voice a delicate thread weaving through the tension. I admire her strength, but the way her fingers tremble betrays her. The past is a spectre, haunting her every thought. The ghosts of failed revolutions loom large, whispering dark prophecies of blood and ash. I remember the first time they spoke of restoring the crown, giddy with dreams and half-formed plans. "We'll rally the streets. We'll take back our city," Jack declared, his eyes alight with hope, and I felt the pull of his passion like a warm breeze on a cold winter's night. But now, as we huddle together beneath the flickering lantern, that warmth feels distant, the chill of uncertainty creeping in. Time, that relentless force, marches on. The clock strikes midnight, and the shadows deepen. Outside, the world is alive with the pulse of revolution, hushed whispers and determined footfalls echoing like a heartbeat. I remember the streetlights casting long, sinister shadows that twist and turn, as if they're alive, reaching for something just beyond their grasp. A gathering storm, that's what this is. Dark clouds swirl above, threatening to spill over like the boiling tempers of the people. They bath once a year. Romance was earthy back then, if you catch my drift. I chuckle nervously, trying to lighten the weight in the air, but my laughter feels hollow and out of place. The absurdity of it all is both comical and tragic. In the corner of my eye, I catch Jack and Elise exchanging glances, an unspoken conversation crackling with unresolved tension. There's a chasm between them, widening with each passing moment, as if their hopes for France are as precarious as the fragile candle flame flickering before us. I want to scream at them, to shake them from their dreamlike stupor. Can you not see? The edge of a knife awaits, and the blood will be yours. The night grows heavier, the weight of our choices hangs like a thick fog, stifling and suffocating. We stand on the precipice of an abyss. I remember the stories of those who dared to dream before us, how easily they slipped into darkness, how soon they became the very ghosts that haunt these streets. Then, an explosion of sound, a shattering of the delicate web of silence. Outside, the clash of steel against steel rings out, a symphony of chaos that pulls me from my reverie. I grasp at my heart, feeling it pound like a war drum. It's begun! Jack shouts, his eyes sparkling with wild energy, but in that moment, I see the flicker of fear dance in the depths of his gaze. Elise's breath catches, a small gasp that hangs in the air like a prayer. She steps forward, her resolve hardening into something fierce. "We must rally our people," she cries, but I see the tremor in her voice. She's caught between loyalty and fear, hope and despair. The woman who once held the future in her hands now grapples with uncertainty, and I ache for her. The streets pulse with life, the cries of the fervent masses echoing like a heartbeat thrumming against the walls of our fragile sanctuary. I feel the adrenaline surging through me, the raw energy of revolution igniting a fire within my veins. The weight of the world lies heavy upon us, but each breath we take fills our lungs with the scent of possibility, of defiance, of life. Yet, as I look to Jacques and Elise, I see them, not as warriors, but as wounded souls battling their inner demons. What will we become? I whisper, the question escaping my lips like a prayer, or perhaps a curse. Each moment stretches into eternity, a lingering ache of doubt and longing, and I can't shake the feeling that the tides of fate are shifting, that the universe is aligning in ways we cannot fathom. The clock ticks, an incessant reminder that time does not wait, that our choices will soon shape the landscape of our lives. I remember the cracked walls of our sanctuary, the echoes of laughter now replaced with the clamor of war. The air is thick with possibility and the promise of reckoning. Let's not wait, I say, my voice trembling but determined. We face our fate together, or not at all. As we step into the night, the shadows envelop us, and I know, deep within my bones, this is only the beginning. The world outside waits, restless and unforgiving, and we are but tiny specks in a vast, swirling cosmos, each of us longing to leave a mark, to find our place in the dark tapestry of history. But in the end, what will be left of our dreams, our ambitions? Will we be the architects of our own salvation, or will we collapse like fragile paper in the storm? The night is thick with uncertainty, and as I walk into the fray alongside Jack and Elise, I can't help but feel the weight of all our hopes hanging in the balance, a delicate dance on the edge of oblivion. A bell tolls in the distance, its sound heavy and mournful, echoing between the stone walls of a crumbling church. The air is thick with tension, the kind that settles in your chest like a stone, unyielding and cold. I stand there, surrounded by shadows, the flickering candles casting wraith-like figures that dance across the walls. The Council of Trent looms over us like a dark cloud, a tempest gathering strength. I remember the faces, etched with fear, despair, and a desperate glimmer of hope. I remember Maria, her eyes wide, bright with unshed tears. She clutches a frayed prayer book to her chest, a lifeline in a world unraveling at the seams. Will it ever end? She whispers, as if the weight of her question could shatter the silence. The scent of damp earth and burning wax mingles, a macabre perfume that clings to the back of my throat. Only if we let it, I reply, though I feel the weight of my own lie. The wars rage outside, a cacophony of chaos, the clash of swords, the cries of the fallen. Each sound thunders in my ears, a reminder of the spiritual warfare that has seeped into every crevice of our lives. The Council, once a beacon of hope, now feels like a noose tightening around our necks, an edict spun from the very fabric of our fears. And then there's Thomas. Oh, Thomas. A soldier turned priest, his faith unyielding yet battered, like an old ship weathering relentless storms. What is faith, if not a weapon, he says, voice trembling yet fierce. The irony hangs heavy in the air, his hands once shed blood, now they plead for peace. He glances at Maria, and I see the flicker of something darker in his eyes. You can't possibly believe they'll spare us, he says, the words a sharp blade cutting through the air. Look around you. I glance nervously at the stained glass windows, where saints stare down with their ever-watchful eyes, their expressions frozen in time. Outside, the flames of war lap at the edges of our sanctuary, hungry tongues licking the very foundations of our beliefs. I know Thomas feels it, too, the overwhelming dread that we're but pawns in a game played by men in robes, distant from our anguish. Faith is not a weapon, I insist, my voice rising, trembling on the edge of conviction. It's a shield, a balm for the soul. But even as I say it, doubt gnaws at me, gnawing like rats in the corners of my mind. I remember the screams, the faces of the damned, the blood on the cobblestones that we've all tried to ignore while grasping at straws of salvation. The room grows heavy with our unspoken thoughts, a chamber of ghosts. Each breath is labored, each heartbeat a reminder of our frailties. I can feel the pressure mounting, the storm of unaddressed grief and fear. Whispers of the council echo through my mind, a litany of decrees that felt like shackles. You must believe, or you will perish, they say, but it feels more like a curse than a blessing. Maria takes a step closer to me, her voice barely a breath. What if they are right? Her eyes search mine, desperate for a glimmer of certainty, for a lighthouse in this tumultuous sea of uncertainty. I want to tell her that faith can still prevail, that love can flourish even in the darkest of times, but the words are lost in a storm of doubt. Outside, the fires rage. I can almost feel the heat creeping through the cracks of our sanctuary, a reminder that the world is not waiting for us to catch our breath. Thomas grips the edge of the altar, knuckles white, as if it's the only thing tethering him to sanity. "We have to prepare," he murmurs, the urgency in his voice igniting something deep inside me. "This is not just a war for land. It's a war for our souls." I remember the stories my grandmother told me, of saints and sinners, of redemption and damnation. But those were tales spun in safer times, where morality was not a battlefield. The realities of the council weigh heavily on us, a collective burden. "We're caught in the crossfire," I whisper, echoing thoughts that twist like smoke around our heads. The candles flicker as a draft passes through the room, and I swear I can hear the whispers of those who came before us, voices lost to time, their lonely cries mingling with our own. They fought, I say suddenly, a surge of defiance bubbling to the surface. They believed, even when everything around them crumbled. But belief can only go so far, Thomas counters, his gaze piercing me, searching for a crack in my armor. What happens when faith is met with steel? The question hangs there, suspended in the still air, a ghost of doubt that clings to our hearts. Maria trembles beside me, and I want to reach out, to pull her into the solace of shared strength. But as I look at her, the uncertainty in her eyes reminds me of the fragility of our hope. Outside, the sounds of conflict grow louder, a symphony of despair that seeps into our bones. I can almost hear the cries of the fallen, the weight of despair pressing against my chest until it feels like I cannot breathe. We cannot let them take our faith, I say fiercely, feeling the urgency swell within me. If we lose that, we lose everything. Then we fight, Thomas declares, and in that moment, a flicker of something ignites in the darkness, a spark, a whisper of resistance. We fight for our souls, for the love that binds us even in this wretched world. With those words, something shifts. The air buzzes with energy, the shadows dance in a frenzy of defiance. Maria grips my hand, and I feel the warmth of her hope, a flickering candle in the storm. Together, she asks, her voice trembling but fierce. Together, I reply, and for the first time, fear mingles with a heady sense of possibility. The council may have begun a war, but here, in this crumbling haven, we will conjure our own revolution. And as the bell tolls again, a haunting reminder of the twilight that surrounds us, I realize that the battles we face are not only against armies but against the shadows of doubt that cling to our souls. The war outside may rage, but within these walls, a fire begins to burn. More than just survival, we yearn to reclaim our faith, our love, our very essence. The Council of Trent may dictate our fates, but we will write our own story, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. And as I steal a glance at Maria and Thomas, I realize this is just the beginning of something far greater than any decree could contain. The echoes of history will reverberate through our souls, and the shadows, once ominous, now seem to dance in celebration of our defiance. The flame of hope flickers, and we stand ready to face whatever darkness looms ahead. The air crackles with tension, a silence heavy with unspoken fear. A single candle flickers in the cramped room, shadows dancing like restless spirits on the stone walls, and the stench of damp earth mingles with the metallic tang of blood. I remember the moment vividly, for it was the moment I understood that the world was about to fracture into 1,000 jagged pieces. "Claudia, you must listen." Giovanni's voice cuts through the silence, raw and desperate, his eyes wide with the terror of a man who knows he stands on the precipice of a storm. He grips her shoulders as if to steady both her and himself, but the tremor in his hands betrays the facade. "They're coming for us. The Huguenots won't stop until they burn the whole city to the ground." I remember the way the candles cast a warm glow on Claudia's face, illuminating her desperation. Her brown eyes, usually filled with laughter, now flickered with uncertainty. "But they're our friends, Giovanni. We've bled for them on the battlefield. How can we turn against our own?" But friendship is a fragile thing in these days of madness. I remember how the cries of the innocent turned to screams as the world dissolved into chaos. The wars of religion had turned once loyal brothers into merciless foes, and the Italian wars were but a backdrop to this catastrophic tragedy unfolding. The shadows grew long, creeping closer, whispering secrets of betrayal, and the walls began to close in. I could taste the fear, bittersweet like the last remnants of summer on my tongue. Giovanni's face shifted, despair morphing into something darker, more primal. We cannot afford to be sentimental, Claudia. They will show us no mercy. Outside, the distant clang of swords echoed through the streets. I could feel the pulse of the city racing, pounding in my chest, every heartbeat a reminder of our own mortality. Do you hear that? Giovanni implored, his voice dropping to a whisper. That is a promise of violence. Claudia shook her head, her hair falling around her face like a curtain of remorse. What if we stand together? What if love can triumph over this madness? Love? Such a fragile, ridiculous notion against the tide of blood. I wanted to scream, to shake her out of this dream, but the words caught in my throat. Giovanni stepped back, the weight of the world pressing down upon him. Love? Love does not shield you from a sword. It does not save you from the fire. His eyes glistened with a mix of hopelessness and resolve as he turned toward the door, the choice made. I will not let them take you. A single tear escaped Claudia's eye, an embodiment of all the heartbreak that had lingered in her chest. The world outside was unraveling, and as Giovanni reached for the door, the moment hung thick with unutterable dread. I remember the way the candle flickered violently as if sensing the shift, and in that moment, it became clear, there would be no escaping the inevitable. With every step outside, the cacophony of violence grew louder, a symphony of despair and terror. I could see the distant glow of flames licking at the sky, a monstrous beacon of chaos that promised to consume everything in its path. I remember the stench of burning flesh, the sound of bone cracking underfoot, as the city readied itself to swallow its children whole. Giovanni, wait! Claudia's voice fractured the night, desperation clawing at her tone. She followed him, heart racing, fear mingling with an indomitable spirit. We have to try. But Giovanni's resolve had hardened into something cold and unyielding. Try? What does that even mean anymore? I wanted to shriek, to pull them back into that room where the candlelight offered a fragile promise of safety, where laughter still echoed faintly in the corners of the past. The streets were alive with madness, a chaotic dance of shadows and flames, and as they stepped into the fray, I felt the world shudder beneath me. I could see them fighting, two souls entwined in a desperate embrace, spinning in the whirlwind of chaos. I remember the visceral clash of steel ringing in my ears, the cries of each fallen comrade reverberating like ghosts in the night. Claudia surged forward, her heart a fiery tempest as she faced a soldier, once a neighbor, now a faceless specter of hatred. Stop, she screamed as she lunged, but it was too late. The sword met flesh, and I felt the echo of her anguish explode in my chest, a heart-wrenching symphony of agony that lingered like a dark cloud over our souls. Giovanni caught her as she stumbled back, their bond a frail thread severed by the brutality of war. Claudia, no! The world slowed as he cradled her against him, desperation turning his voice hoarse. I could feel the weight of his guilt, the agony of a love forged in blood and fire, battling against the encroaching darkness. Why, was all she could manage, her voice a broken whisper as the warmth faded from her body. Time stretched as I watched the life drain from her eyes, and I felt as if the cosmos itself was collapsing around us. Because, he whispered, we never had a choice. In that moment, the reality crashed down like a devastating wave, drowning me in the depths of despair. I remember the flicker of candlelight extinguished, leaving only shadows behind, shadows that would haunt them both, ghosts of a love lost to the ravages of war. The clash of swords continued, a relentless tide against the shore of humanity. Blood spilled into the streets, pooling like sorrow, and I could feel the weight of history pressing down upon us, a constant reminder that the intertwining of faith and conflict would forever leave its mark on our souls. As the night wore on, the shadows danced with macabre delight, and I understood. This was just the beginning, a prelude to a symphony of suffering that would echo through the ages, intertwining love with betrayal, hope with despair. Giovanni, I whispered, a plea to the universe, will we ever find peace? But the answer was lost among the screams, swallowed by the darkness that enveloped us all, leaving behind a world forever changed. The stench of salt and decay hung thick in the air, a rotting reminder of Venice's fading glory. I stood in the shadow of the crumbling Palazzo Ducale, its once grand arches now sagging like tired shoulders, whispering secrets of a city long past its prime. A bell tolled far away, each chime a heartbeat of a dying giant. I remember when the waters were still clear, when the gondoliers sang sweet serenades beneath the moonlight, their voices dancing through the canals. I remember the laughter, the vibrant colors of the masks in the carnival, the sweet taste of fine wine. But now, the laughter had turned to murmurs, the masks to shadows. Carlo was pacing, his face a tempest of anxiety, the flickering torchlight reflecting off his eyes like the last spark of hope in a darkening world. "How much longer can we endure this?" he hissed, fists clenched, knuckles white as the plaster crumbling from the walls. The once thriving merchant, the lifeblood of our trade, now felt like a ghost haunting empty stalls and abandoned markets. The shadows of lost wealth loomed over us, thick and suffocating. The Ottomans are at our doorstep. We are sitting on a powder keg, and the fuse is lit. I wanted to scream, to shake him out of his despair, but the truth lay heavy on my tongue. Venice was suffocating, gasping for breath, drowning in debts larger than the vast lagoon that surrounded us. I remember standing on the edge of the Grand Canal, the water reflecting the dreams of a city that had once been a titan of trade and culture. Now, it was merely a relic, a beautiful corpse rotting beneath the sun. "Look! Over there!" Maria's voice cut through the air, sharp with fear. She pointed towards the distant horizon where smoke curled like a serpent, whispers of invasion painting our future in shades of red. "They come for our lands, Carlo. They want our souls." Her hair, wild and unkempt, seemed to mirror the chaos around us. She was a warrior in her own right, but even her fierce spirit flickered under the weight of despair. "What will we do? Hide behind our walls? We can't run forever." I could feel the surge of dread rising in my chest, echoing her words. Each sentence was a knife twisting in the already gaping wound of our reality. I thought of my father, who had said, "A city built on water is a city built on dreams." But what happens when those dreams become nightmares, when the very foundation begins to erode? What happens when the ghosts of our past come to collect their due? Carlo's shoulders slumped, defeat painting his body in shades of grey. "We cannot fight, Maria. We have no ships left. Our coffers are empty. The world has moved on, leaving us behind in this beautiful, sinking tomb." His bitter words stung like acid in the air, yet I felt the truth of them. The once mighty naval fleet, the pride of our city, had dwindled to rusting relics. Great galleys that once sliced through the waves now lay abandoned, their sails tattered, their hulls broken, an echo of our military might, lost to time and neglect. I remember the stories of grand battles, the thrill of victory, the spoils of war. Oh, how they now felt like ancient fables, twisted and tangled in the eons of our decline. Maria stepped closer, the fire of defiance igniting in her eyes. "Then we must do something. Anything. We cannot let our city die without a fight. We owe it to our ancestors, those who carved their lives from the water, who bled for this city." I felt a tremor of hope at her words, yet it was quickly extinguished by the weight of reality. Would courage be enough when faced with such overwhelming odds? Nightfall draped its inky cloak over Venice, the city transforming into a labyrinth of shadows and whispers. The heavy silence was punctuated only by the distant sound of waves, rhythmic and haunting. I could almost hear the ghosts of our past, their voices mingling with the gentle lapping of the water, urging us, reminding us of who we once were. But they were just echoes now, fading under the weight of our decisions. I knew deep down that the decline wasn't merely about economics or military might, it was the erosion of spirit, the slow death of unity, the betrayal of our people. Each merchant's failed venture, every widow's mourning, was a thread pulled from the fabric of our society, unraveling us thread by thread. I remember the day I saw a merchant, once proud and prosperous, now reduced to a beggar on the street, eyes hollow, dreams shattered. It felt like a knife to the heart. "Without trade, without allies, we are nothing," Carlo whispered, almost to himself. "We are reduced to whispers in the wind. The tides will swallow us whole." I turned away, desperate to hold back the tears that threatened to spill. I wanted to shout that we were more than our economic woes, that we were a tapestry of dreams woven together by our ancestors, a city of lovers and poets, warriors and dreamers. A sudden crash echoed through the night, shattering my reverie. I jumped, heart racing, as a wave of panic rushed over me. What was that? I demanded, breathless. Probably just the tide, Maria said, but her voice trembled, and I could see the fear lurking behind her bravado. Yet, I felt a chill, a premonition creeping into my bones. What if it was more than the tide? What if it was the sound of our city crumbling, the final gasp of a once mighty empire caught between the relentless march of time and the onslaught of enemies at our gates? And as we stood there, shadows flickering like the last embers of hope, I felt the weight of every heartbeat around me. The ghosts of Venice were not just echoes, they were living, breathing memories, and they were hungry. They called to us in the night, daring us to remember who we were, even as we stood on the precipice of oblivion. In that moment, I knew we had to make a choice, either rise from the ashes or be consumed by the tide, an eternal reminder of what had been. The night yawned around us, and with it, the future of Venice loomed like a spectre, relentless and unyielding, waiting for us to decide our fate as the world outside echoed with the promise of war. I remember the chill of that dawn, the kind that seeps into your bones and leaves you hollow. The sky, bruised and swollen, roiled with dark clouds as if the heavens themselves mourned the violence about to unfold. A distant rumble echoed, a heartbeat of the earth, calling forth the ghosts of warriors past, their shadows lingering on the cusp of memory. I was there, eyes wide, heart pounding like a war drum, feeling the pulse of an impending storm both outside and within. The air thickened with tension, a tangible weight that pressed down on our shoulders. Men shuffled in their armor, the metallic clink of swords and the rustle of leather a haunting symphony of dread. I saw Diego, a man forged in the fires of countless battles, wrestling with his thoughts, his brow furrowed, a mixture of fear and resolve twisting his handsome face. Once, he'd been a boy with dreams, laughter spilling from his lips like sunlight, but now, the shadow of war loomed, casting over him like a shroud. I remembered his smile, the way he'd tease me about my obsession with dusty scrolls and ancient battles, and now here we were, on the brink of one of our own. To his left stood Isabella, fierce and unyielding, her spirit a wild flame. She had chosen this life, defying conventions, wielding her sword with both elegance and ferocity. I could see the fire in her eyes, a dark blaze threatening to consume her as she gripped the hilt, knuckles white. "We fight for our honor," she whispered, though her voice trembled like a leaf caught in a gale. Honor. What a cruel joke. Could honor withstand the screams of dying men? Could it hold when the ground was slick with blood and betrayal? The soldiers filled the fields, a pulse of humanity against the backdrop of a world that felt small and infinite simultaneously. Each man stood as both a hero and a pawn, their lives suspended in the fragile balance of fate. I could smell the damp earth, the sweat, the fear, the very essence of mortality. The clash of steel would soon echo through the valleys, a brutal sonic composed of desperation and valor. I wanted to shout, to pull them back from the brink, but my voice was trapped in my throat, drowned in the cacophony of clashing ideals. "Do you remember our dreams?" Diego asked, his voice barely above a whisper, his gaze lost in the horizon. I wanted to laugh, to brush off the weight of his words. "I remember," I replied, and the weight of that simple phrase held more than either of us could bear. Dreams of glory, of legends to be sung in taverns, of love that would conquer all. Yet here we stood, on the precipice of despair, as the first cannon fired, a growl that shook the very earth beneath us. The smoke billowed, thick and choking, swallowing the cries of the dying and the clash of swords. Panic surged, an electric current that flowed through the ranks. I watched as Diego charged into the fray, a blur of motion, his heart thundering in rhythm with the roar of battle. I wanted to reach out, to yell for him to stop, to remember the boy who'd once laughed at the absurdity of war, but he was gone, replaced by a man desperate to prove himself, to stave off the shadows that haunted his every step. Isabella followed, a streak of defiance, her spirit unbroken even as the world around her crumbled. I could see the resolve etched into her features, yet beneath that fierce exterior lay a tremor of doubt. Was she fighting for herself, or was she merely a pawn in a game much larger than herself? I wanted to scream, to tell her to run, to embrace the absurdity of life, to choose laughter over steel. But the ground shook again, and we were drawn into the maelstrom, swept away by a tide of fury and chaos. In the heart of the battle, time twisted and warped. Moments stretched and collided, an eternity trapped in a heartbeat. The clash of swords felt like thunder, the cries of men a symphony of anguish. I saw Diego fall, blood blooming against the earth, a flower born from the chaos. Isabella cried out, a sound that echoed through the fog of war, and my heart shattered. Did dreams matter if they ended in darkness? Did honor hold weight in the face of such raw tragedy? Just as the world dimmed, a flash of clarity pierced through the chaos. I saw the faces of my friends, twisted in pain and desperation, and I remembered, felt that we were more than soldiers. We were flesh and blood, woven together by laughter and dreams, torn apart by war. I stumbled forth, a ghost among men, propelled by grief and love, desperate to reach Diego's side, to hold on to what little light remained. But the battle raged on, a storm of fury and loss, our stories entwined with the fate of empires. Shadows danced, twisting around us like a macabre waltz, and I understood then, the battlefield was not just a place of death, but of stark realization. We were all threads in a tapestry of existence, fraying at the edges, yet somehow holding together in the face of despair. I remember the laughter that once filled our days, and I refused to let it die here, amidst the blood and the screams. As I pushed through the chaos, my heart was a drumbeat of defiance, a rhythm bracing against the encroaching darkness. This was more than a battle, it was the embodiment of all that we had ever dreamed and feared. I could feel the ghosts of our past looming over us. Would they haunt our victories or our losses? Would they sing our tales or drown them in sorrow? I fought against the swell of despair, driven by the desire to conquer not just foes, but the shadows that promised to consume us all. Time lost meaning as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow over the battlefield. I found Diego, crumpled and broken, yet his eyes still burned with that same fire, a spark of life refusing to be extinguished. I knelt, pain clawing at my chest, and whispered the words that had tethered us through the chaos, I remember. And as the battle raged on, I held onto that flame, knowing that within the darkness, there lay the echoes of our laughter, threading through the chaos, weaving a promise that even in the abyss, we would not be forgotten. The sun was a dying ember in the sky, casting long shadows across the blood-soaked fields of Agnadello. I stood there, heart pounding, breath shallow, the scent of iron and despair swirling in the air. The cries of the fallen echoed, a haunting symphony that played on repeat. I clenched my fists, nails biting into palms, a desperate attempt to ground myself in the chaos. This was not just a battle, it was a crucible, a moment where destinies twisted and turned like the blooded banners fluttering above. Francesco, a man haunted by ambition, stood beside me. His eyes blazed with a wild intensity, a desperate hunger that longed for glory, for power, for the admiration of the very people whose lives lay strewn like broken marionettes around us. If we win, he muttered, voice cracking like the very earth beneath our feet, Milan will be ours. I will be remembered. But I saw the tremor in his hands, the flicker of doubt in his gaze. He was a lion cloaked in feathers, desperate to roar but terrified of the echo. Across the field, a figure loomed, Ludovico, the Duke of Milan. His demeanor was cold, calculated. I could feel the weight of his decisions like stones in my chest. He orchestrated this disaster from his cushioned throne, a puppet master pulling strings, oblivious to the blood that soaked the soil. The battlefield was his theater, and we were nothing but actors in a farce, trapped in roles we never chose. I felt a wave of anger rise within me, mingling with the dread that seemed to seep from the very ground we stood upon. Then there was Isabella, a woman of fierce spirit and hidden vulnerabilities, caught between loyalty and a longing for freedom. Her family's name was a gilded cage, and her heart, a caged bird flapping against the bars. She had sent word to Francesco, promising aid, but how could she trust him? How could any of us trust? I remembered the way her laughter danced like sunlight, bright yet fleeting. Now, it felt like a ghost. Each time I thought of her, a pang of longing struck through me, sharp and cruel. What would happen to her if we failed? Would she be left to navigate the treacherous waters of power, adrift and alone? The tension tightened around us like a noose. Every heartbeat was a drumroll heralding doom. I watched as soldiers clashed, metal screaming against metal, bodies falling in an unholy ballet of death. A chill crept down my spine as I took in the horror, a nightmare painted in vivid strokes of red and despair. I wanted to scream, to rage against the injustice of it all, but the words caught in my throat, choked by the fear that gripped us all. "I can feel it," Francesco said, voice low, almost reverent. "The winds of change. The very fabric of Europe trembles beneath us." I wanted to laugh, to dismiss his grandiose claims, but the truth was, he was right. The Italian wars were not mere skirmishes, they were a cataclysm reshaping the world, churning the waters of power until kingdoms rose and fell like tide against the shore. It was maddening, exhilarating, horrifying. "Change often comes at a cost," I whispered, glancing at the bodies strewn across the ground, the ones who had once dreamed of a future, now silenced forever. "What will it cost us?" I didn't need an answer. The weight of uncertainty lay heavy like a stone in my gut. The laughter of kings echoed in the distance, a sinister reminder that power corrupts, twisting hearts until love and loyalty become mere whispers drowned by the clamor of ambition. Then, as if the universe itself conspired against our fragile hopes, a horn blared, a signal of retreat. Panic erupted. The ground trembled with the rush of bodies, a tide of fear clawing at my heart. I turned towards Francesco, his face suddenly pale, stripped of the bravado that had fueled him. "What do we do?" he screamed, the desperation in his voice like shards of glass. "Fight!" I shouted back, though the word felt hollow on my tongue. The truth was, we were all combatants in a game far beyond our control, pawns on a chessboard that stretched from Rome to Paris. The strategies of kings played out in blood and terror. I glanced over my shoulder, searching for Isabella in the chaos, a fleeting shadow, a figure lost in the maelstrom. My heart raced, each beat a desperate plea for her safety. And then it happened. A flash, a glint of steel. I turned, just in time to see Ludovico raise his sword, the calculated precision of a man who had played with lives like a child plays with toys. In that instant, everything slowed. Time stretched taut, a moment captured in the amber of fear. Would this be the end? Would we be nothing more than footnotes in a history written by the victors? "Isabella!" I shouted, but the sound was lost, swallowed by the cacophony of war. I saw Francesco charge ahead, his spirit ignited, a comet blazing across a starless sky. I followed, adrenaline surging, but the distance felt insurmountable. The world blurred around me, a kaleidoscope of color and sound, each pulse of chaos reverberating through my bones. In that moment, destiny hung like a pendulum, swaying between hope and despair. I grasped for something, anything, to anchor me. Memories flooded my mind, laughter shared over wine, dreams whispered in the dark. But here in this hellish expanse, there was no room for dreams, only the raw, unadulterated will to survive. I could feel the ghosts of the fallen, their stories echoing in my mind, demanding to be heard, to be remembered. The clash of swords, the cries of the dying, the shadows of the past, all of it fused into a single, spine-chilling realization: we were intertwined in a dance with fate, caught in the relentless tide of history. The impact of this war would ripple across Europe, shifting the balance of power like tectonic plates. I could feel it in my bones. I could feel it in the air, thick with the weight of consequence. And as I took my next step, I knew there was no turning back. We were all part of this story: Francesco, Isabella, Ludovico. Each of us was a thread in a tapestry woven with blood and ambition, and the loom would not rest until every last thread had been pulled taut, twisted, and forever altered. In the dim light of the crumbling cafe, shadows danced like restless spirits, flickering against the tattered curtains. The air was thick with the scent of burnt coffee and desperation. A single table, stained and scarred, held the weight of hope, though it felt like the last bastion against an encroaching darkness. Outside, sirens wailed, a haunting symphony of chaos, a cruel reminder that the world was unraveling. I remember the first time I saw her, Amelia, hunched over her sketchpad. A whirlwind of charcoal and passion. Her fingers moved like they were conjuring ghosts of a better time, each stroke a silent scream against the cacophony of war. Her eyes, deep and stormy, were pools of sorrow, but when they found mine, they lit up like stars in an ashen sky. I was drawn to her like a moth to a flame, knowing all too well the burn it would bring. And then there was Marco, the artist with wild hair and a soul even wilder. He carried his heart on his sleeve, a ragged banner of defiance. I remember how he painted murals that spoke of a world reborn, a landscape of color amidst the gray. But today, he was quiet, his brush trembling in hand as if the very act of creation was a rebellion too great to bear. Words hung heavy in the room, unspoken but palpable, a tension that twisted our hearts. "Do you think they'll ever stop?" Amelia whispered, her voice so fragile it almost fractured in the air. "No," Marco replied, a bitter laugh escaping his throat. "They'll never stop. But we can." I remember the weight of those words, how they wrapped around me like chains. The city outside was a battlefield, but inside, we were locked in our own war, a struggle between art and annihilation, beauty and brutality. The walls of the cafe were barely holding together, yet they felt like hallowed ground, a sanctuary for our dreams, however fragile. I could hear the distant explosions, the crack of gunfire echoing through the alleyways, each sound a reminder that the world was collapsing, as if the universe itself had conspired against us. Yet here we were, clinging to our brushes, our pens, our fragmented thoughts. We sought refuge in creativity, trying to stitch together a tapestry of life amid the ruins. What was the point of painting when everything was crumbling? I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence that had become so suffocating. But instead, I turned to Amelia, my heart racing. "We can't let them win, can we?" Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of resolve in her gaze. "Win? They've already lost. Look at us." She gestured around the cafe. "We are the Defiance. We are the Renaissance." I had never believed in such lofty ideals, but in that instant, I did. The air crackled with possibility, each breath infused with the spirit of rebellion. The cafe's walls, though crumbling, were our canvas. We were igniting a spark amid the chaos, lighting a fire that could not be extinguished, no matter how fierce the storm outside. "Let's do it," Marco said suddenly, his voice breaking like glass. "Let's paint the walls." Our hearts raced at the audacity of it. I could feel the adrenaline surging through my veins, and for a moment, just a moment, I forgot the world outside. We grabbed our supplies, our hearts pounding with the thrill of rebellion, of creation in the face of devastation. As we painted, the cafe transformed. Each stroke of color burst forth like a breath of fresh air, chasing away the shadows that threatened to swallow us whole. I remember the way Amelia's laughter rang through the air, breaking the oppressive silence. I remember how Marco's eyes glinted with a manic energy as he poured his soul into every line, every curve. But then, the serenity shattered. The door flew open, and the cold wind cut through our sanctuary like a blade. A figure stood silhouetted against the chaos, a soldier clad in shadows and rage. "What are you doing?" His voice was a growl, a thunder that froze us in place. I remember the fear that gripped my heart, how time seemed to fracture in that instant. We were three souls fighting against a tide of darkness, and yet here was a new conflict, a confrontation wrapped in uncertainty. "Creating," I said, my voice shaky but defiant. He stepped closer, the shadows draping around him like a cloak. "You think this will change anything?" And then, something shifted within me, a surge of courage. "Maybe not today. But someday. We're not just surviving, we're living. We are fighting for a future." His eyes narrowed, and for a heartbeat, I saw something shift, perhaps recognition, perhaps disdain. But then he turned, stepping back into the night, a whispered curse on his lips. The door slammed shut, and the cafe fell into silence once more, the weight of his presence lingering like smoke. We stood there, hearts racing, the silence wrapping around us like a shroud. "Did we just," Marco began, but the words hung in the air, unfinished. "I don't know," Amelia murmured, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and exhilaration. "But we have to keep going. We have to keep creating." Outside, the sirens resumed their mournful wail, a reminder of the world beyond our sanctuary. But inside, the flames of creativity flickered brighter, defying the darkness encroaching upon us. I remember the moment vividly, the thrill of defiance, the spark of hope. Yet that moment was but a breath in the storm, a flicker against the overwhelming tide. What would come next? Would our Renaissance survive the conflict that loomed beyond? In that cafe, painted walls and fragile dreams, we clung to the belief that beauty could emerge from the ashes, even as the world outside threatened to consume us whole. And as the night deepened, we continued to paint, each stroke a testament to our indomitable spirit, a battle cry echoing amidst the chaos. I remember the colors bursting forth, the laughter mingling with the fear, the unyielding resolve threading through every heartbeat. We were alive, we were here, and in that moment, we were everything. The clock strikes midnight in Rome, and the shadows twist like restless spirits through the cobblestone streets. A cold wind bites at the remnants of the day, carrying whispers of desperation that cling to the air, heavy and thick. I stand at the corner of Via del Corso, heart racing, pulse echoing like a war drum in my ears. War has etched its mark on the very stones of this city, a silent witness to wounds that will never heal, and I can feel every scar, every broken promise, a tapestry of grief woven tight. Luca, a soldier turned baker, kneads dough with trembling hands, each slap against the wooden board a reminder of his brother lost to gunfire. I remember the way he used to laugh, eyes like summer skies before everything turned grey. But now, he stands hunched, shoulders heavy under the weight of a breadbasket, yet his heart carries the weight of a nation. The bread will rise, he mutters, but who cares for bread when hunger gnaws at the very soul? The soldiers march in, their uniforms splattered with the remnants of a bloody skirmish, faces hardened by loss. They're hungry, yes, but not just for food. They crave warmth, connection, a fleeting piece of humanity amidst the chaos. I remember the night when the sirens wailed like banshees, piercing through the fabric of our lives. It sent a shockwave through the streets, a premonition that left us breathless. The echoes of gunfire still ring in my ears, each crack a reminder of the fragility of hope. And yet here we are, alive, standing on the razor's edge of despair, wondering if tomorrow will come, or if we will be swallowed by the void. In a small, flickering cafe, Teresa pours espresso with a grace that belies her turmoil. She once dreamed of leaving for Paris, of basking in the glow of a life untainted by war's grasp, but now the cafe is her world, and the laughter of patrons has turned into the clinking of empty cups. These men, they're ghosts, she whispers to me, her voice barely above the din. They've lost everything, yet they keep coming back for more. Hoping, I guess. I see the way her hands shake, the tremors betraying her calm facade as she serves the souls that haunt her dreams. The economy is crumbling around us, bricks of prosperity turning to dust as war rages on. I remember the once bustling markets, bright with the colors of fresh produce, laughter, and life. Now, they stand shadowed and hollow, mere echoes of what they used to be, like a carnival without the music. People barter items of fundamental need, potatoes for bread, stories for warmth. The currency of survival is steeped in desperation. Everything is fragile now, Luca says, his voice breaking through my thoughts. I used to dream of wealth, of gold and silver, but now? All I want is peace. His words hang in the air, a bittersweet lament that resonates in the chests of all who hear. Money can't buy back the dead. I feel the truth of it like a knife in my gut, twisting deeper as we stare into the abyss of our reality. As the night deepens, a storm brews, clouds roiling above us, mirroring the turmoil in our lives. The streetlights flicker, shadows dancing as if they too are caught in a deadly waltz. A cacophony of memories floods my mind, laughter shared, love lost, dreams carved in stone, now crumbling like the ruins of an empire. I want to scream, to rage against the dark, but the silence pulls tighter, like an embrace that suffocates instead of comforts. We are lost in this city, in this war, each face a story, each story a reminder of the humanity we cling to. I remember the words of an old philosopher, in the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. But what opportunity remains? The streets are littered with ghosts of soldiers who believed in glory, only to find themselves mired in the mud of their own sacrifice. Tomorrow, we'll wake up again, Teresa says quietly, her eyes searching mine for hope. And we'll keep waking up. I nod, though the uncertainty churns in my stomach like a tempest. But what then? What does tomorrow look like? The question hangs between us, an unspoken dread. Will we have bread? Will we have laughter? The words tumble out, raw and harsh, a desperate plea for something to cling to in the darkness. And then, suddenly, the cafe bursts to life as a group of soldiers enters, their camaraderie a fleeting distraction from the horrors outside. Their laughter is a haunting melody, echoing in the hollow spaces of our hearts. For a moment, I forget. For a moment, we all forget. And yet, even in their laughter, I can hear the undercurrent of fear. Each joke a mask, each smile a shield against the approaching storm of reality. As I stand in the shadows, watching, I can feel the weight of their expectations, the burden of survival pressing down like the very bricks of this city. I remember the moment I realized, this is not just war. This is the economic consequence of choices made in the dark, of leaders whose voices echo in gilded halls, far removed from the cries of the common people. The cost is laid bare before us, a broken economy, a fractured society, and lives torn apart. And just like that, the laughter fades, a sudden reminder that we are on the precipice of something far more profound than we can grasp. I breathe in deeply, the air thick with unspoken truths and fragile hopes. I want to scream, to carry the weight of it all into the night. But the fear grips me, holding me in place, a ghost among the living. I remember a prayer whispered in the dark, "Let us endure." It loops endlessly in my mind. War has taken so much from us, yet here we are, still standing, still hoping. The world outside may be crumbling, but within these fragile walls, we cling to dreams, to laughter, to each other. And so, we wait for dawn, not knowing if it will break with light or with shadows. The clock ticks on, relentless and merciless, a reminder that time marches forward, indifferent to our suffering. No conclusions await us here, only the swirling mists of uncertainty and the ghosts of our choices. We live in this moment, fearful, hopeful, and ever so fragile. The clash of steel rings in the air, a sound sharp and jarring against the backdrop of a fading sun. Shadows stretch long across the battlefield, the horizon ablaze with the last sighs of day. I can smell the sweat, the earth, the blood that mingles in a heavy haze, and as the cries of men cut through the silence, an unrelenting tension coils around my heart. I stand on the edge of chaos, a trembling witness to history, but I am not merely an observer. I am one of them, a woman in a world of war, caught between duty and desire, fear and fury. Katerina stands beside me, her eyes aflame with a wild passion that could ignite the night. She is fierce, unyielding, a tempest wrapped in a soft smile. I remember the first time we met, her laughter, bright and infectious, a beacon in the darkness of those dreary days. But here, amidst the chaos, laughter is swallowed by the grunts of men and the thud of bodies hitting the ground. "Do you think they'll remember us?" she asks, her voice barely above a whisper, a fragile thing fighting to be heard over the clamor. I see the tremor in her hands, the hope and dread interwoven like the threads of a tapestry. When the dust settles, will they know what we've done? My heart aches at her words. I remember when we were girls, spinning tales of heroes and battles, imagining ourselves not as the damsels but as warriors. Now, reality is a brutal awakening. The men we loved are fighting, dying in a war that seems to consume everything, and we are left to pick up the pieces. Of course, they will, I reply, clenching my fists. We are more than just shadows in the background. Every stitch we sew, every wound we tend, it matters. My voice shakes, but it's not with fear, it's with the fire of countless women who have lived and bled through these wars. We are not ghosts, but flesh and bone, our stories woven into the very fabric of this chaos. Across the field, a figure emerges, cloaked in the colors of rebellion. It is Francesco, a man torn apart by loyalty and love, his heart caught between his duty to his city and his longing for Caterina. I watch as he fights, every swing painted with desperation. I know the weight he carries, my own heart aches at the sight. The very air vibrates with unspoken words, tethered by the bonds of hope and despair. Caterina's gaze follows mine, her breath hitching in her throat. "He'll get himself killed," she murmurs, the terror in her voice an echo of our deepest fears. I want to reach out, to shake her and tell her that love can't exist in a world like this, but I only nod. Because I feel it too, the way the heart clings to the impossible, even when the horizon darkens. Another cry shatters the air, and suddenly, the world tilts. A man falls, his body hitting the ground with a sickening thud. I can see it from where we stand, the blood pooling like a dark promise on the earth. I remember my mother's stories, the tales of women who stepped into the fray, wielding swords and daggers, defying the chains placed upon them. I wonder if they ever felt this heaviness, this crushing hopelessness that drapes over us like a shroud. Go to him, I urge Katerina, a desperate plea wrapped in raw emotion. He needs you. The words tumble out, fueled by the specter of loss that lingers like a ghost. I know that her heart is a battlefield, torn by lingering affection and the unforgiving reality of war. She hesitates, and in that moment, time stretches like a taut string ready to snap. I see her fear, her longing, and a strange resolve flickering in her eyes. What if I can't save him, she whispers, but the question is not just about Francesco. It's about all of us, about the women who stand in the shadows, their voices muted, their strength unseen. What if you can? I retaliate, the challenge igniting a spark. Katerina, we have to believe we matter. The world may forget our names, but we can fight for each other. The battle rages on, but we are warriors in our own right, and our hearts pulse with a rhythm that echoes across the field. With a fierce nod, she turns, her figure a silhouette against the dying light. I feel the tether between us stretch, a visceral connection forged in the fire of shared dreams and unyielding hopes. As she rushes toward Francesco, the moment stretches like a taut bowstring, the air thick with anticipation. Time holds its breath as Katerina reaches him, her hands trembling as she kneels at his side. I watch, my heart racing, the world around me fading into a blur. Their eyes lock, a torrent of unspoken words passing between them. It's electric, raw, and I feel the weight of their love, a fierce flame amidst the shadows of despair. But war is merciless. A roar echoes through the chaos, and I see Francesco falter, his gaze shifting, a flicker of fear darting through his eyes. I can't breathe. The battle rages on, oblivious to the turmoil in our hearts. My body pulses with the ache of urgency. I want to scream, to shatter the silence that envelops them, but my voice gets lost in the cacophony of war. Katerina's hands press against his wound, desperation mingling with determination. Stay with me, she cries, the words torn from her throat like a prayer. I can see the blood, so much blood, and it bursts forth like a cruel reminder of our fragile existence. The earth beneath them absorbs the warmth of life, and in that moment, everything hangs suspended, a breath caught in the throat of time. I remember the stories of women who fought alongside men, whose hearts beat in sync with the bloodshed. I remember the laughter, the dreams whispered beneath the stars. But now, all that remains is the haunting echo of loss, the weight of choices made in the heat of battle. The clock ticks on, relentless, a reminder that time does not pause for grief. As the battle rages, I feel the pull of my own heart. Will I remain a spectator, a forgotten shadow in the annals of history? I cannot. I will not. I take a step forward, ready to join the fray, to claim my place in this chaotic tapestry. Because the role of women in the Italian wars is not one of silence, it is a symphony of voices, a chorus of defiance against the darkness that seeks to swallow us whole. The air crackles with the weight of our choices, the tension palpable, a storm waiting to break. In this moment, we are not merely women, we are warriors, bound by love and loss, and our stories will echo through the ages. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting a crimson hue over the battlefield, I know this is where our legacy begins, an unyielding force against the night. The air crackled like a live wire, thick with a tension that could choke the bravest of souls. Beneath the shadow of the ancient walls of Cateau-Cambrésis, two armies stood, mirrors of each other's resolve and desperation, the ground itself an altar stained with the blood of dreams long lost. I remember the clattering of swords, the distant rumble of cannon fire echoing across the fields like a storm refusing to break. I remember the faces, so familiar, yet twisted in the throes of conflict. Each one carried a story, a heartbeat, and a burden far heavier than the weight of their steel. And there was Isabella, fierce-haired and fiery of spirit, a woman shaped by the fires of war, her heart tender yet encased in a carapace of iron. She had lost so much, the whispers of her family, the laughter of her children, drowned in an ocean of chaos. "They say peace is coming," she spat, a bitter laugh escaping her throat, "but what do they know of peace here?" In her eyes, I saw desperation mingling with defiance, a flame that could light the darkest of nights or consume everything it touched. Across the field stood Francesco, a man torn between duty and dreams, his armor tarnished, not from battle but from the weight of his own choices. He remembered the soft caress of his beloved's hand, the warmth that had once filled his heart now replaced by the cold steel of allegiance. He had sworn to protect his king, yet each time he raised his sword, he felt something precious slipping away. "What is a man worth if he cannot love?" he murmured to the winds, as if the universe could hear his silent plea. The stars above twinkled knowingly, mocking his anguish, the very cosmos a witness to his turmoil. The sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of blood-red and bruised violet, a canvas that echoed the tragedy below. I felt the weight of time pressing against me, each tick of the clock clawing at my sanity. How many times had I watched men march to their doom, their cries swallowed by the earth? I stared at Isabella, her resolve crumbling like aged parchment, and I wondered if she could still believe in the futility of it all. "Do you feel it?" she whispered, her voice a threadbare lifeline. "The ghosts of those we've lost? They haunt me." Francesco caught her gaze, a flicker of understanding igniting between them, a spark of something that had sewn their fates together in this tapestry of destruction. "The ghosts are a reminder," he said, his voice low and steady, "that we fight not just for land, but for the souls left behind." But what was land, really, if not a graveyard of aspirations? Would it hold them close or mock them from afar? The sound of hoofbeats thundered as envoys from both sides approached, the air thickening with the scent of betrayal and hope. Each suggestion of peace carried the weight of 1,000 dying breaths. I watched as they exchanged words, their faces a mask of diplomatic smiles, but I could see the shadows lurking behind their eyes. Peace will come, they promised, yet the very fabric of their being trembled under the weight of that lie. Isabella stepped forward, her heart pounding like a war drum. "Peace," she shouted, her voice carrying through the gathering storm. "What do you call it when men slouch away with empty promises while blood stains the ground?" The silence that followed was deafening, a world holding its breath. In that moment, she was more than just a woman, she was the embodiment of every lost mother, every child left fatherless, every lover torn apart by greed and ambition. Francesco felt a pang in his chest, a reminder that he had once stood for honor, for valor, yet here he was, torn asunder by the reality of his choices. "You fight for your king, but what of those who kneel before you?" he shouted back, his voice steady, pushing against the tide of complicity that threatened to drown them both. "We are not just pawns in a game of kings. We are flesh and blood." But the envoys were unmoved, their faces etched in the stone of their resolve, and I could almost hear the clock ticking down, a countdown to an inevitable confrontation. The air thickened with the taste of iron and the scent of burning ambition. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a silent witness to the impending doom, and I felt like an echo of history repeating itself, a cruel twist of fate playing out before my eyes. The night fell, wrapping the world in dark velvet, and shadows danced along the battlefield. They whispered secrets that only the moon could hear, tragic tales of love and loss, of men who once believed in something greater than themselves. The tension swelled, tightening around my throat like a noose. Each heartbeat was a countdown, each breath a cry for mercy. I remember how it felt when the first sword clashed against another, a sound that silenced the ghosts of doubt and ignited the flames of conflict anew. Isabella charged forward, her heart in her throat, the steel in her hand glinting with a defiance that could light the darkest corners of despair. Francesco followed suit, caught in the whirlwind of emotion, a reckless abandon freeing him from the chains of his own making. And as the chaos erupted around us, I felt the fractures of their souls intertwining like roots seeking light in the darkness. There was no turning back now, no more time for dreams, only the raw necessity of survival. The landscape shifted, the echoes of history melded with the cries of the present, and the world became a tapestry woven with both hope and horror. For when the dust settled and the cries subsided, it would not merely be a treaty that would emerge from this carnage. No, It would be a reckoning, an unyielding reminder of the prices paid in pursuit of glory, and the weight of dreams buried under the rubble of ambition. And in that silence, between the memories and the ghosts, something profound stirred, a whispered promise that the battle was just the beginning, that the real war lay in the hearts of men and women who would forever struggle against the tides of fate. With every beat of the heart, every breath shared, the story would continue, weaving its way through the annals of time, leaving us all to ponder the eternal dance of hope and despair. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the narrow streets of Bologna like a funeral dirge, reverberating against the crumbling walls that had seen too much. I stood at the edge of a piazza, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and damp earth, remnants of a war that had clawed at our souls, leaving us splintered and gasping for breath. How could something so beautiful, so haunting, become a graveyard for dreams? The shadows danced mockingly around me, twisting into specters of the past, echoes of laughter, shouts of anger, and the cries of the fallen. I remember the weight of that moment. A candle flickered in the distance, casting long, trembling shadows that whispered secrets of long-lost hopes. It was here that I first met Marcella, her eyes fierce, burning with a spirit unbroken by the chaos surrounding us. She was a fighter, a rebel who wore her heart like armor, but beneath the bravado lay a vulnerability that drew me in, a deep well of sorrow and longing. "What's left for us?" she asked one night, her voice a shattered whisper, as we huddled together under the stars, a blanket of darkness draping over the city like a shroud. "Hope," I replied, though even I could feel the uncertainty in my words. Hope felt like a cruel joke, a whisper of a promise wrapped in the despair of shattered dreams. I was haunted by my memories, the faces of my friends, lost to the madness, their laughter echoing in my mind like a ghost. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd become a spectre myself, drifting through a world that had forgotten how to breathe. In those days, the boundaries of our lives blurred, our identities tangled in a web of mistrust and shifting alliances. Each street corner held the promise of betrayal, each smile a potential dagger. I met Luca in a dimly lit cafe, his laughter a brittle facade that cracked under the weight of his grief. A soldier turned philosopher, he'd seen the horrors of war etched on the faces of strangers and comrades alike. "We've lost ourselves to the tides of history," he said, his voice thick with emotion as he stirred his coffee, the clinking spoon a metronome ticking away our fleeting moments. "What's left is merely a shell, a fragmented shadow of who we were." I remember the night the sirens wailed, slicing through the silence like a knife. We had gathered in the square, a ragtag assembly of souls searching for meaning amid the ruins, the air thick with tension. Marcella stood at the forefront, her fists clenched, a fire igniting within her. "We can't let them take our future," she shouted, her voice breaking through the despair like a beacon. "We owe it to those who fell to stand and fight." Her words ignited something primal within us, a stirring of courage that had long been dormant. But as I looked around, at the faces of friends and strangers, weary and worn, I felt the weight of our shared history pressing down, threatening to crush our resolve. We were fragments of a shattered mosaic, each piece a story, a loss, a dream deferred. I could see it in everyone's eyes, the flickering hope intermingled with the shadows of doubt. In that moment, I wanted to reach out, to hold them close, to scream that we were still alive, but the fear of vulnerability felt like a poison in my veins. As the days turned into weeks, we found ourselves caught in a storm of shifting allegiances, political machinations weaving a tapestry of confusion and betrayal. The air crackled with tension, and the specter of an uncertain future loomed large. I watched as friends were ensnared in the web of power struggles, their eyes clouded by ambition, their hearts hardened by the bitter taste of survival. And yet, there was Marcella, unyielding, defiant. She had become a symbol, a beacon of hope, even as the world around us descended into chaos. I remember, with the day she disappeared. It was as if the sun had been snuffed out, leaving us shrouded in darkness. We searched the streets, calling her name, our voices echoing against the stone walls, but the city remained silent, indifferent to our pain. The shadows grew long, twisting into grotesque shapes, and I could feel the weight of my own despair pressing against my chest. Where was she? Did she run toward the fight, or had the darkness claimed her too? Each unanswered question felt like a dagger twisting deeper. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, everything exploded, an eruption of chaos as gunfire rang out, shattering the fragile silence. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, the world tilting into an abyss. The air was thick with fear, the screams of the fallen a chorus that filled the night. I was swept away in the tide, lost among the bodies, the cries of anguish a cacophony that drowned out my own thoughts. All I could think about was Marcella, her laughter fading, her spirit dimming. In the midst of the chaos, I spotted Luca, his eyes wide, a mirror reflecting the horror around us. We ran, dodging shadows and specters, hearts pounding in sync. "We have to find her!" I screamed, desperation clawing at my throat. The city had become a labyrinth, twisting and turning, leading us deeper into the chaos, away from the light. I remember the moment we found her, bloodied but unbroken, standing defiantly against the tide of despair. "I won't let them win," she gasped, her voice a fierce whisper, even as her body trembled. With her words, she ignited a spark within me, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope flickered like a fragile flame. As the battle raged around us, I grasped her hand, holding on tight, willing her strength to seep into my bones. We were fragments, yes, but together we could forge something new, a future born from the ashes of despair. The night stretched on, a tapestry woven with chaos and courage, shadows whispering of possibilities yet unformed. The air thrummed with a restless energy, and as we stood amidst the ruins of our world, I could feel the weight of history pressing against us, a reminder that we were part of something greater, a continuum of struggle and survival, a testament to the human spirit that refused to be extinguished. I remember, and even now, as the dawn breaks, casting light on the remnants of the past, I understand that the road ahead is fraught with uncertainty. Fragmentation may haunt our steps, but within each heartbeat lies the promise of change, an unyielding pulse that echoes through the ages. The clock continues to tick, each chime a reminder that we are alive, and together, we will confront the shadows, forging a path toward a future yet unwritten. The shadow of the ancient castle loomed over the cobblestone streets of Florence, silhouettes darting like lost wraiths under the flickering gaslights. It was a night stitched together with whispers of blood-soaked history, and the air shimmered with a sense of dread, as if the past still breathed among the living. I stood there, heart pounding, feeling the weight of centuries press down on me, a silence so thick it could choke even the bravest soul. I remember, every heartbeat echoed with the ghostly remnants of battles fought, lovers lost, and the relentless march of ambition that devoured lives like a dark flame. There was Marco, a soldier born of this ancient soil, his spirit forged in the fires of conflict. He stood at the crossroads, torn between duty and his yearning for a life free from the chains of war. His eyes, those stormy orbs, spoke of nightmares whispered in the night, of comrades fallen and blood spilled in the name of kings who would never know their names. I remember, he murmured one evening, a tremor in his voice as he stared into the distance, the weight of his past heavy upon him. "The day I watched a friend die, just another casualty in a Game of Thrones." His hands trembled, those hands that had wielded a sword and held a lover, now shaking from the memories that haunted him like shadows lurking just outside the light. Then there was Alessia, the daughter of a merchant, her heart as fierce as a lioness yet shackled by the expectations of her father. She too felt the pulse of history in her veins, but for her, it was a curse. "I remember," she would say, her voice slicing through the tension like a blade. "The day my father lost everything to a war not his own." The way he looked at me, as if I were the last piece of his shattered dreams. Like I was a ghost haunting his every thought. That fierce sadness sculpted her, transformed her into something both fragile and unyielding. The world around us vibrated with the legacy of the Italian wars, an echo of madness interwoven into the very fabric of modern Italy. Streets that had birthed the Renaissance now bore witness to a different kind of artistry, the agony of survival, the artistry of loss. We were caught in a relentless cycle, a storm of emotions that swirled like the brushstrokes of a master painter, both beautiful and grotesque. But the past was not content to rest, it hung over us like a bell tolling, reminding us of alliances forged in blood, betrayals sung in the night. Marco and Alessia's fates intertwined like threads in a tapestry, each moment charged with the electricity of their shared history. The ghost of a long-dead general seemed to whisper from the shadows, urging them toward an inevitable confrontation. I see the world differently now, Marco said, as if confessing to a spirit that lingered just out of sight. Every face in the crowd is a reminder of what's been lost, what's been stolen. I can't escape it, and neither can you. He turned to Alessia, his voice trembling like an autumn leaf in the wind. We're bound by chains forged in a fire we didn't ignite. Alessia's laughter ripped through the tension, a wild sound that echoed against the stone walls. Chains? You think we're chained? Let me tell you something, Marco. We are the ghosts chaining ourselves to the past. We could break free, you and I, if only we dared to defy it. Her resolve was both intoxicating and terrifying, a flame igniting in the darkness, daring to burn brightly against the long shadows of history. But even as she spoke, a whisper of doubt curled around her heart. The weight of tradition, of family, of the haunting spectre of their shared legacy pressed in closer, like a noose tightening around their throats. The city pulsed with life around them, yet they felt like specters drifting through a world that thrummed with tension. The laughter from a nearby tavern spilled into the street, vibrant and alive, while they lingered on the precipice of despair. I could feel the electricity between them, an unspoken promise of hope intertwined with a fear of loss, a dance on the edge of a knife that could cut either way. Do you hear that? Marco leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear. It's the sound of our ancestors. They're pleading for us to remember, to carry their weight, their pain. But we're not them. We can choose differently, can't we? The moon cast an eerie glow, illuminating the dark corners of their souls. Hope and fear battled within them, a tempest swirling with urgency. Alessia's gaze pierced the night, searching not just for a way forward, but for redemption from the ghosts of her past. I remember the stories of the past, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, but I want my story to be different. I don't want to be a pawn in someone else's game. Her hands clenched into fists, a defiance burning hot against the chill of the evening air. As they stood there, time slowed, stretching the moment into eternity. It was a dance on the edge of a blade, a heartbeat away from either destruction or liberation. Shadows danced like phantoms around them, whispering forgotten secrets of love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of a future untainted by bloodshed. And just then, a distant cry echoed through the night, a siren heralding the arrival of something monumental, a reckoning, perhaps. The ghosts of the past surged forward, swirling around Marco and Alessia like a storm, urging them to confront their legacy, to wrestle with the darkness and emerge reborn. I remember, a shiver ran down my spine, the air crackling with unvoiced words, unforgotten sorrows. The heart of Italy thudded beneath us, a dying pulse yearning for life, and somewhere, within that pulse, lay the possibility for love, wrought from pain, born from ashes, shimmering with the light of resilience. And so they stood, at the crossroads of their fate, surrounded by the whispers of a history that refused to die, their hearts racing toward a truth that could shatter them, or set them free. In that moment, the very essence of life hung delicately in the balance, a fragile thread tethering their past to an uncertain future, pulsing like a heartbeat, like a promise that they might yet weave a different story. Time stretched, breath became shallow, and the night swirled with the promise of shadows, the echo of footsteps behind them, urging them onward into the unfolding darkness.